Looks like that did it. Let's wait for confirmation here. Can you see or hear me right now, chat? Audio and video, thank you, Lenina. Beautiful. Excellent. And thank you, Raiders, for coming in. Sayasank. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's good to see you. Welcome to wild and windy Wyoming. We're out here digging up dinosaurs. I'm glad you can be here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. This is the best way that I know of doing that. Being able to show you how we do our work out here in the field, not just tell you, but show you firsthand. So I'm pretty excited, and I hope you are too. We're out here digging in the Late Cretaceous almond formation of Wyoming, and a rock's about 73 million years old. I'm back at the ceratopsian site again today, one of our most scientifically important sites. And we're trenching around a big plaster and burlap jacket that we got on there yesterday to get a really, really important bone from the skull safely back to camp and then to the laboratory where it can be cleaned and studied. And it stands a very good shot at being a brand new dinosaur. So very happy about that. Anywho, yeah, excellent. And I hope you're doing well too, Rhacodactylus. And hello with love from Ukraine. Cora lives. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm really glad you're here. In just a few minutes, I'm going to be going back up there to the quarry because I've got to help trench around this jacket so we can get it out of the ground. We can get it flipped, bottom jacketed, and then get it safely back to camp. So I'm going to be working a lot on today's stream. I don't have too much time to stop and drop everything and answer questions. But please, if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask. Once again, I'm being joined by Nick Hornacek from Pittsburgh. So he's a volunteer in the lab at the Carnegie Museum, and he was actually working on prepping this ceratopsian back there in Pittsburgh. And of course, I'm joined by Matt LaManna, dinosaur curator of the Pittsburgh's Carnegie Museum, home of such famous dinosaurs as the holotype of Tyrannosaurus Rex and the holotype of Diplodocus carnegii. It's not even a difficult dinosaur name to pronounce, and I just flubbed it. But this is a live broadcast. Anything can happen. And you'll be watching us dig this thing live. So I'm glad you're here, everybody. I'm glad you're here. And Pandoraxdirk says, can you pull DNA from the bones to identify what dinosaur it is? No. We don't have any DNA from any Mesozoic dinosaurs. DNA doesn't last that long. It's a very fragile molecule. It's not going to be lasting tens of millions of years. And even if we could pull tiny bits of DNA from it, we wouldn't know what to compare it to, because we don't have the DNA from any other dinosaurs, you know? So, yeah. Everything that we do has got to be based on morphology of these animals. So, based on the shape and the morphology of the bones. How the bones are. So, yeah. That's how vertebrate paleontology works. But yeah, thank you so much to the moderators for being here. Rhacodactylus and Casey Snowart. Appreciate you. Cody Sheeby, how are you doing? Welcome back. Lenina, I saw you too earlier. How are you doing, Lenina? Ultravision Prime, hello to you. Smorphosaurus, welcome. Thing 1 of 2, Fall Machine, Matt M33. It's good to see you all here. Now, without further ado, I'm going to get up there and we're gonna start working, because we really got to get this thing flipped today in order to stay on schedule. We've got 12 days left out here, including today. I wasn't able to stream yesterday. Apologies for that, but it just didn't work out. One of the vehicles got stuck, and that set us back by about 3 hours, and so the timing just didn't work out for a stream yesterday. Sometimes that happens out here in the field. You know, our primary goal is, to excavate these dinosaurs and collect data on them. Dinosaurs and other critters, too. So yeah, streaming sometimes has to take a back seat to that. That's what happened yesterday. But I'm back today, and I'm glad you are, too. And Virnusbox says, this is where Twitch should shine. Educational and entertaining streams. I appreciate that. Let me take a screenshot. And Cora Liv says, would you like to dig some dinosaurs in Portugal? I'd love to, absolutely. Portugal is kind of a new hotspot for dinosaurs nowadays. Portugal and Spain. A lot of new dinosaurs coming out of there. And let's see. I appreciate that, Crimson Carnotaurus. I didn't want to take a day off. This is really cool stuff, and I want to be able to show everybody, but, you know, sometimes streaming doesn't work out, you know? And able to stream with Starlink? Yep, that's exactly what's going on. Starlink is down there. So we're out here in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming. Get high-speed internet from space. Pretty neat. Yeah. And... yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Let's go over to the quarry. Keep working. Try and find a good place for the camera so you can still see what's going on. Let's see. I think maybe I can put it up there. Let's see here. I should work if I wedge a rock in between the legs of the tripod. I think we can make this work. Let's try it. So what I'm going to do is orient the camera going down like this. Like that.
Yeah. I know Quinn could do a really good impression. Oh yeah? Yeah. You just have to have like a raspy British voice. Yeah.
Right, let's see.
Is he Australian? I thought he was British, but I could be wrong.
How's that, chat? Let's see.
But of course my dad liked it.
Let me know if you can see,
Meg
chat.
2? Yeah. Meg 2 is bad. Yeah.
Excellent.
The first one's not that bad.
Great.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, there's some funny characters in that one. Yeah.
Put this over here.
Did you see the Beekeeper movie? The Beekeeper? It's with
Jason Statham? I heard about that, yeah.
No. That one's bad. It actually is so bad.
I heard it's really bizarre.
You could see when the budget ran out.
Yeah.
There's a scene where he hid at the top of an elevator, and they're coming, like the military people are coming after him.
What's the premise?
I don't know.
Is he a beekeeper?
Yeah, he keeps bees.
I think he's like a hitman and also
a beekeeper.
A beekeeper.
Okay, so he's got a softer side.
Yeah.
I heard that somebody made a joke in camp. They're like, yeah, the end of that movie is like the end of every Godzilla movie where he just like walks into the ocean and the sun is setting in front of him.
Spencer.
Wait, so Jason Statham does this?
Apparently.
Yeah, at the end he just walks into the ocean like after destroying Tokyo.
And all is right with the world.
Yep. No, but there's a scene, you definitely tell when the budget ran out, because he hit at the top of this elevator.
Uh-huh.
I guess he cut a rope. I don't know how he did it, but then he jumped out of it, you know, with all these military people inside, closed the door. Or did the door close? I don't know what the hell happened, but I just remember seeing they tried to jump out of the elevator before it fell down the shaft.
Uh-huh.
And the guy got cut in half, but they just had a PNG of a guy. And they just, like with keyframing, just moved it up a little bit.
That's one way to do it.
And I had to pause the movie and rewind it to see, to like validate. Did I just see that? Like, what just happened? Yeah, that one was pretty bad. Don't get mad at me, wasps. In my face now. What did you say about Jason Statham?
I think probably people in the chat will get mad too.
Someone in the chat says basic premise is he's a former assassin for an intelligence agency going after some phone scammers. And I think I remember this from a review that I heard where it was a movie that was basically written for like elderly people who were like mad at being scammed on the phone.
Ah, okay.
It's like that's the target demographic
And he got on this because somebody killed an old person, I think. I'm not too sure.
Okay, yeah, I think that was part of it too, I remember.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I listened to a review of that.
So he came out of retirement to avenge this elderly person?
Yeah, like his neighbor. I walked in on the movie. I didn't, go, oh, this looks good. I'm going to sit down and waste 2 hours of my time.
So should we tell the chat our great idea for a new Twitch stream, and that's Nick reviews terrible movies?
Sure, I'll start doing that then.
Oh, we've got a question. What parts have we found so far? Well, this is the parietal, so one of the big frill bones. So like, got a big rectangular frill on the back of this animal. This is the like upper right corner of that. From the animal's perspective, it's his or her upper right corner of the frill right there. So you can see this is like where the fenestra would be in here, and then we've got the parietal coming across like that.
Really nice embayment.
Yeah.
Half of an embayment, maybe a little bit of a horn, parietal horn.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the epis up there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the epiparietal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would call it like an epiparietal spike or something, but
Yeah.
I'm not a ceratopsid expert.
Should we introduce ourselves real quick? I know I've
Sure.
already said who we are, but I'm Danny Anduz. This is my channel. You know me. And we got...
I'm Nicholas Hornacek. I volunteer at the Carnegie Museum in the Paleo Lab. I worked on preparing the fossil found last
Oh, it's
year.
up there. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm also a master's student at Indiana University of Pennsylvania.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Matt Lamanna. I'm the dinosaur curator at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh. I'm doing my best Tony Hawk impression today.
I'm sorry I said that. I wasn't trying to make you self-conscious, man.
Well, you did.
The guy from Ridiculousness.
Yeah, basically like my least favorite person on the planet.
I'm sorry.
Only for that show. If he had just stuck to skateboarding, I would be fine.
Yeah, this guy's amazing. I made one joke about, Tony Hawk's excavation adventure because of this. And
I have
shouldn't have said
delicate
it.
knees and elbows.
Did someone send Matt a little tech deck skateboard?
No, we're getting a big old raid or 34 raiders from Praline Mocha.
All right,
That sounds tasty.
Nice, a coffee shop.
Yeah.
We need to prepare for battle.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. We're digging up a new dinosaur here. We've got it coated in this protective cocoon of plaster and burlap. And right now we're trenching around it so we can get it flipped and then jacket the other side of it and get it safely back to camp. So yeah. If you got any questions, let us know. And I'm really glad I used the pick over here. This is making it a lot easier to work in this area. It's just really constricted before that.
Yeah, these rocks are pretty sharp, so
Yeah. You got the right idea with those gloves.
yeah.
I could grab some out of my bag, but
I have
not
actually,
smart
I have
enough to
another
do
pair
that.
of gloves actually. Yeah. Oh, you have some too.
yeah, I'm just not smart enough to put them on. It's a chronic problem.
We should just go down the list of the worst rated movies on IMDb. Like Velocipaster.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
We need to watch that.
I saw a brief bit of a movie that I believe was called Kung Fury, and there was Kung Fury was he's like a cop who knows Kung Fu or something, and I think in the movie they have to kill Hitler, I believe.
Oh wow.
And
Turn.
yeah, I don't remember why, but his sidekick is a cop named Triceracop. And
Oh,
he's
I know what you're
Triceratops.
talking about.
Yeah.
Is there a hacker man in there?
I don't remember. I only
Oh.
saw a little of it.
Okay, yeah, I know Triceracop.
Yeah. Not to be confused with Triceratops beer, right? Right, Danny?
Yeah, the infamous
I liked
infamous
it.
beer.
If any,
Maybe there was just a bad batch,
If
but
any of
nobody
those-
would drink it.
maybe
at
that's why
MOR.
they gave it to you.
They could not, could be. It could
Maybe
be a
they-
factory second or
they
something.
actually
I
hate
suppose it's not
dinosaurs.
impossible.
Yeah. Like,
And we got some legit questions too. How big would this dinosaur have been?
oh man, it's hard to say from the parts that we've got so far,
Yeah.
but I mean, maybe something like 20 feet-ish long.
That's
I would
what I would
guess.
say, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, about what is that? Just under 7 meters, maybe. Something
Yeah,
like
it'd be
that.
like
Give or
almost,
take?
almost exactly 6 meters is 20 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How tall do you think the frill would be? Is that hard to judge?
Oh man.
I think when we get this thing flipped and actually like carved down and see the bone
Yeah.
again on the other side, it'll be easier to tell.
Remember that we're missing a large part of the parietal bar on that side too. So,
Yeah.
meter and a half. So
Something like that.
5 feet maybe,
Yeah.
give or take.
It's about 2 feet taller than I am. No,
Wait,
not,
you're
not
only
really.
3 feet tall? Wow.
It's a running joke on the channel is that I'm really short.
Oh, and then we have a really small person doing this, so all the bones look bigger. Yeah, this is the biggest dinosaur in the world.
Pair you up against
Yeah,
garden gnomes.
yep. Yeah, I'm actually 9 feet tall for scale here. So, Yeah, I mean, if this is this big next to me, then...
You're 9 feet, then I'm 6'2".
You ever taken one of those like classic, almost cliche photos where it's like you lying down next to a sauropod femur?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Like I say it, like of course I have.
Dreadnoughtus?
Yeah, with Dreadnoughtus we did it. With Paleontologizing humerus we did it.
Yeah.
There's a big sauropod that I don't think was ever described from China that I helped to dig up, and I did it with the ribs, which were a couple of meters long.
A couple months ago, L.J. Krumenacker, who works on ornithopods, like orodromians and stuff, he was like, yeah, you know, people do that. They like take a picture next to the femur of like their study animal. He did that with an Eryctodromius femur that was like this big.
Nice.
I need pretty funny.
I feel bad for LJ because I've owed him like an email for like 6 months.
Oh really?
Yeah. Like it's just one of these things where like I can't answer the question quickly, and so
yeah, I have
to make this like choice between I answer one question or I answer like 25 of them. You know?
He'll understand if you just reply and
yeah,
say...
no, I have him. He's been very accommodating so far. I just feel bad.
Yeah. And then we had another question too. Oh, which paleo artists have you worked with on some of your papers?
Me?
Yeah.
Let's see. I can't see the camera with my hat on, so. Wow, it's amazing how much hotter it is without your hat on.
I know, right?
Yeah. Let's see. I've worked with Bob Walters and Tess Kissinger. Mark Klingler, who was the scientific illustrator at my museum for a long time. Andrew McAfee, who's the scientific illustrator now. I think that's basically it. I've had the luxury of having like an in-house science illustrator for most of the time I've been at the Carnegie.
That's awesome that they employ an illustrator.
Yeah, and so I haven't had to, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I admire lots of other people's work, but I haven't had to, you know, like commission work very much just because I already have we already have the capacity to do that in our building, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Bob Walters, does he work on the East Coast?
Yeah.
I feel like he's done a lot of East Coast museum stuff. He did a bunch of stuff
so
at the Smithsonian.
Bob and his wife Tess Kissinger are based in Philadelphia.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I just realized I have my foot in the plaster bin.
Yeah, if you want an example of Bob Walters' work, everybody, I think it was the Jurassic Park Institute Dinosaur Field Guide. I had that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And he did, I think, almost all of the illustrations in that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them.
Yeah, if anybody has the original version of the complete dinosaur, he's
yeah,
got
the
a cover illustration on that.
Who did the cover for the new one?
I can't remember what it looks like, to be honest.
I think it's got a ceratopsian on the front. Maybe that's new perspectives on horned dinosaurs.
Oh, maybe it's the second. I think he did both of them. I think he did the second one has ceratopsids on the front, I think. But I think they're both Bob's.
Nice. Yeah, awesome view. I'm glad that you like the view here. I tried to do something different.
Can I borrow your chisel? Or whatever that thing's called?
What, this?
Yeah.
I have another one.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Just make sure to give it your all.
Roger.
That's a long-standing and really great joke from previous field seasons. Probably Baharia and others.
We're getting some groans in the chat about that joke. There's more where that came from, chat.
Exactly, yeah.
Buckle up.
I can do dad jokes till the cows come home.
And their curfew's late tonight.
Yeah, came here to dig dinosaurs and tell dad jokes, and we're almost out of dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs help us dig the bones, remember?
Oh right. Yeah, I wonder how long it'll take for that to make an appearance.
That is your thumbnail.
Nerol says you've got some decent internet coverage there. I mean, the Starlink is over there. We're way out in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming right now. So this would not be possible if it were not for satellite internet. We're pretty lucky. Thank you, chat, for helping me afford that in the first place. I really appreciate it. Making this possible. The streaming and, to a certain extent, the excavation, too. With all the...
Yeah, they... some of your followers like gave money to make the expedition happen, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's amazing.
This year and last year, too.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, a bunch of the tools that we're using right now are actually contributed, like directly purchased off the Amazon wish list.
Nice.
Yeah. How's the sound, by the way, chat? Can you hear us okay? I hope so.
You're the real heroes.
You're the real dinosaur diggers here. Yeah.
I mean, if they could hear me make that crappy joke under my breath, they can probably hear us pretty well.
Hope people understand my reference.
The real heroes?
You're the real heroes.
I actually don't know. I mean,
Boys.
Oh, it's from The Boys. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's Homelander says that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys have seen so many movies and TV shows and stuff. I don't know how you keep up with the literature and do all that, Matt. It's impressive.
I mean, it's one way to describe it.
Usually you gotta seize the opportunity.
I mean, I guess I'm like streaming for 4 hours out of every day, and that's time I could be spending, you know.
I think for me, I only know The Boys because I got COVID in the summer of 2022, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't work, so I just sat there and I'd heard good things about the show, so I just watched all 3 seasons while I had COVID.
I did that just one summer week, watch all 3 seasons in one night.
Oh, really? Oh, in one night?
Not one night, but like in 1 week each night.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't do that. It took me like over a year to watch The Sopranos. That's what, like 6 seasons, I think? Yeah.
But it takes me a while to get into a TV show. I mean, chat's gonna hate me, but I dropped Breaking Bad on the first episode. Not because it was bad, but I just forgot about it. So.
You found it forgettable?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just forgot about it. I don't know.
It's almost worse than hating it.
Just being indifferent.
Just like, oh yeah.
No, I saw it.
It just didn't leave an impression.
Love Bryan Cranston and his work. Not because he's in Godzilla 2014, but
Briefly.
briefly.
Yeah.
It's gonna take us back to the Stone Age.
Dies.
Yep.
Spoiler alert.
Yep.
We're getting some people agreeing with you there, Nick.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
It's overhyped.
I mean, honestly, the same for me, but it was like...
Overhyped. Wow.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Fighting words.
I don't know.
I saw 2 episodes like in passing, I think, and then just never watched it on my own. It was like... Yeah. Some friends had it on the TV.
Yeah, a lot of times when I watch things that I don't want to watch, it's because somebody has it on at the gym. I hate that so much.
And you can hear it?
I can see it, and that's enough. Actually, that's almost worse. Like when I'm on a plane and I'm like listening to music or trying to work, and somebody's watching a movie near me with headphones on, I can see the screen but can't hear it. And my brain often can't help but try to imagine what the plot is all about.
Yep.
You should try to limp sync or like try to fill in the words. Bad lip reading.
Yep. Starting to get some semblance of a trench here.
Nice.
Good.
Gotta match my trench.
Oh,
Yeah, that's going to take a while.
Yeah, I know. We have to go that deep, you think?
I barely thought this here. I went a little too deep,
Yeah.
so about here. I just wanted to...
Safe. We want to be really, really safe with this one because this is the most important bone we've got all summer.
We're going to be flipping it this way? Yours
I
towards
think we'll
you,
kind of
or
figure it
towards
out.
me?
I think we're going to flip it that way.
Yeah.
To remove 8 more feet of rock over there.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe this so that this is going to be rolling instead of plopping down.
I think part of it is going to be determined by just what the rock is doing underneath and like how we're able to actually get underneath it. And so ideally we'll flip it this way. But we'll see.
That's not too much stress or pressure around here.
If I'm able to really undercut this well and we can get some like underskirt jacketing going on there, then it'll hold it from the bottom. We won't risk it spilling out.
Yep.
Yeah. Which that might even be a tomorrow thing if this continues to be slow going.
That's what I usually say. It's a tomorrow.
Yeah, mañana.
That's a problem for future Nick.
Is that what you said the Argentines would always say about?
They do sometimes. I'd be like, oh, we gotta get this out, and they'll be like, mañana.
How is the Argentine Spanish or Latin?
What do you mean, like
And compared to other Spanish-speaking countries?
It's definitely not identical.
It's kind of like language, like a little bit slower than a lot of other, like Mexican Spanish is often a lot faster, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends maybe on where you are in Argentina, because it can be very fast too. But it's Castellano, so it's more like Spanish, like Spain Spanish.
They say
Although
Vosotros.
Oh,
Yeah.
do they say that?
Vosotros. What did I say? Vostromos.
They say a lot
Nostromo.
of one. What the hell is that?
It's the ship from Alien, isn't it?
No,
Yeah,
I
the
thought I heard-
Nostromo. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, what? You saw something?
I thought I heard something.
Oh.
Maybe it was echoing you guys' voices or something.
You okay, Matt? Being so,
It's like a line from a horror movie. Did you guys hear that?
Let's get
No,
him.
it sounded like a whistle.
Must have just been the wind.
Maybe. Yeah. Definitely not an axe murder with a hockey mask on.
Now we'll be like, he's right behind me, isn't he? We'll flip this and go, let's get him.
Yep, flip the jacket instead of the table. Yeah, what was I talking about? What were we talking about?
Argentine Spanish.
Oh yeah. It's a weird piece of gypsum that almost looks like bone. Look at the weird texture.
Look at that. That's weird.
Almost looks like a bit of plaster.
Yeah.
No, maybe it is.
Could be.
I think it's not bone, probably, but
No, it's definitely not bone.
yeah, so it's at least in some parts of Argentina, like Patagonia,
Uh-huh.
they do one big difference with Mexican Spanish is, you know how it's like pollo or yo quiero or whatever like in Mexico. For Argentines it would be pollo.
Yeah, yeah.
Or yo quiero.
Yeah.
Oh, they,
Puerto Rican Spanish is the same way.
Oh no
Say
way,
that-
Yeah.
really?
Don't
Yeah,
let
yo
her-
soy Doña Andusa, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool. Wow.
K-R-L-A. A-A.
Are you
Or they just
doing
go AJ.
Spanish alphabet?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
see
it.
how they, it's
Yeah.
AA or AJ. Yeah, they could pronounce it. I remember my Spanish teacher was mad and go, say it one way or the other. Can't switch up on me.
Not both.
Like, damn, okay.
Did you ever see any anteaters when you were down there?
No, we're too far south.
Hmm.
The only place where I've ever been in South America where I could have seen anteaters is I was the keynote speaker at the first Brazilian dinosaur conference in 2013.
Oh,
and that was
nice.
held in southern Brazil,
Uh-huh.
and there are giant anteaters around.
Nice. They're so cool.
I know. I really wanted to see one.
That was going to be my SVP abstract for this year, was comparing alvarezsaurs to silky anteaters
Oh, that's cool.
with the claw morphology. But it turns out that, I forget his name, but the guy who described Albertonicus has this extensive blog post about that.
Oh,
so it's
okay.
like, it's kind of already out there. We've independently come to some of the same conclusions.
Cool.
But like, I need to get in contact with him and like,
Is that
Get something
Albert Chen
published.
by any chance?
I don't
Name
think
right?
so.
Okay.
Is Albertonicus
Maybe.
means Alberta claw or Albert's claw?
Alberta claw.
Okay.
Yeah. Which, its claw doesn't really look all that much like Alberta, but, you know.
What was the joke yesterday?
Oh,
about
I was going to find an ornithomimosaur in Alberta and name it Alberta mimus.
Right.
The Alberta mimic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just,
It's a weird name because, like, it instantly explains where it's from and what it is, but literally speaking, the name doesn't make
Yeah.
sense.
I mean, like,
I kind of love names like
closest thing to an Alberta mimic is Manitoba.
Did you know that Alberta is one of the few places on Earth that doesn't have rats?
No, but
I'm not kidding.
No, but now I do.
It's crazy. Where they had this huge program to
I know what I'm doing.
eliminate rats from the entire province.
Wow.
And there's like a hotline that you can call if you think you spotted a rat in a certain area, and they will send people out to exterminate it.
Huh.
Rat
Um,
busters.
1-800-NUKE-RAT.
It's Alberta and like certain parts of New Zealand now.
Yeah, I was gonna say New Zealand is very, very, very protective of their native wildlife for good reason, and to help protect it, they're eradicating or trying to eradicate a lot of their invasives.
Rats and feral cats, none of these animals do we have anything against here. I want to make that very clear, chat. As animals, they're wonderful critters, but they just don't belong in certain places.
Yeah,
and
it's not their fault that they're there. That's that's the catch.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I kind of like about Florida. They're not killing. Well, I hope that they're not killing the Argentine tegus, but they're more capturing them and relocating. Unfortunately,
Relocating to where though?
I don't know.
Okay.
People's houses. Unfortunately, the pythons, it's a kill on sight.
Oh yeah.
We got a dinosaur joke in the chat. You ready for it?
Yes, always.
How do you bury a dead Albertosaurus? You put them in a sarcophagus.
Oh man, very nice actually. Yeah,
that's from Crimson Carnotaurus in the chat.
I was gonna say that's a deep cut. You have to really know your stuff to for that to make any
the
sense.
Species name.
Yeah,
One of the species, or that might be the only valid species of Albertosaurus.
I think it is these
Gorgosaurus libratus.
Yep, there used to be an Albertosaurus libratus, but it's it's been put back into Gorgosaurus.
I'm smart.
Let me know if we've got any other questions, chat. Don't be shy. No, we just started a little while ago. There's not too many people in there yet.
Ask some group questions. I enjoy those.
Oh, like what? Each of you, what's your favorite? What blah 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 or something?
Yeah. But make it unique. I don't wanna.
Pretty demanding.
None of this. What's your favorite dinosaur and why? None of that.
What's the biggest dog you've ever seen and why?
And why?
That would be my neighbor.
And how?
My neighbor has 2 bull mastiffs.
I know, but why?
Why? He just likes them. I don't know.
But why?
But why is that the biggest dog you've ever seen?
I just don't.
It's not supposed to make sense.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
I know. I'm trying my best to answer it.
Okay.
Oh, do we know of any mutualistic relationships between dinosaurs and other dinosaurs, or dinosaurs and other animals that live at the same time, besides insects? That's a specific question. Mutualistic.
I mean, I once saw this really cool painting by Sergei Krasikovsky of a little Alvarez sword cleaning the teeth of a carcharodontosaurus.
I've seen that too. That's a good one. Yeah.
But there's no evidence for that. Like, it's just a cool possibility.
We've got oxpeckers and like Cape buffalo. That's a dinosaur and an ungulate, artiodactyl.
Yeah,
that's
there you go.
Modern
That's
dinosaur.
good. Yeah. I didn't even think of birds, but yeah.
You say mutualistic relationships or just symbiotic relationships? Because symbiotic, we have predation, and that's pretty easy.
I was gonna say
Predation is symbiotic?
In a way, yeah, it's a relationship between 2 animals.
I know, but isn't symbiotic mean that like it benefits
I think
each other?
it's
or
the
is
same
that
thing as
That's-
mutualistic.
That's
Okay.
mutual. It is not.
Oh, okay.
Really?
I think a symbiotic relations, unless
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the big thing we went over was symbiotic and mutualism are
Not the same thing.
Are not the same thing.
Okay.
Well, we've got a molecular biologist and geneticist in chat who he might know this. Balint, Science Streams. Are mutualism and symbiosis the same thing, or mostly the same thing, or can predation be an example of a symbiotic relationship?
Then my college really taught me wrong then, because there's
I told you.
mutualism. What is it? there's a whole little like plus, minus, plus, plus,
Uh-huh.
minus, minus, which is competition. And there's one that starts with A, which is, I think, 0 plus.
Where they just don't interact at all.
One benefits,
Apathy.
That's blue whales and
one benefits,
chickens.
but the other one
Blue whales and chickens. Is
doesn't
apathy. Yeah.
doesn't benefit nor is harmed.
Oh,
by the
okay.
interaction. And then
so
there's
they're just
one,
kind of like there.
And neutralism is, they're just kind of there. They don't benefit or harm each other. And that is just range of symbiotic relationships.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, that's not synonymous with neutralism. Yes, now it's all coming back to me now.
Nice. Ralph Molnar turned me onto this really cool paper. He was really excited to show it to
He
me.
did what?
And it was about competition between crocodiles and a certain species of plant.
Huh.
Because normally you don't think of like plants and
Yeah.
archosaurs competing with each other, but they were competing for like sandy riverbanks, habitat for the plants, or like nesting spots for the crocodiles.
Do the crocodiles get mad and rip up the plants?
I don't know. They definitely get pushed out by the plants.
Yeah.
If the plants have a really good season.
They've been sworn enemies for eons. Yeah, the Sedge Wars.
Oh, parasites are symbiotic. Is
Yep.
that right, Diagonal?
That is-
Interesting.
that is-
Okay, so all
Okay.
right, so Nick has
that-
taught us something today.
So
because
yeah, that is plus minus. That is also part of parasitism.
Okay, so I've been
for me.
using the
Yeah.
term symbiosis wrong then, I think, probably then, for a long time.
Yeah. You think of like, I don't know, when I think of symbiotic, I think of Venom with Eddie. With Eddie and Venom.
Does
Because they call it a symbiotic relationship, but it's
I was
more
gonna
of
say
parasitism.
does Eddie benefit or not?
Yeah, well, it's more of used to. I guess it started off as parasitism.
Why does Venom look like an evil Spider-Man? Is that
Uh,
coincidence or is
I
it?
think he saw Spider-Man and took his design.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
But then, whatever Sony's live-action version, because of legal issues, because Spider-Man is half owned by Disney.
Yeah.
So they're like, nah, you can't have
Which
a
half?
Spider-Man. I don't know, his upper torso?
Which part of the centaur?
the Tom Holland version.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, that's that. But yeah, symbiotic relationships is just system between different organisms.
I'm glad somebody mentioned parasitism because that's a good topic. So here's my what's the grossest parasitic interaction you've ever heard of?
Oh,
and actually,
no.
it'll be my question to you guys as well.
Can I start?
Yes.
Okay, so remember my entomology class with the leopard seal?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I had to listen to another podcast where a guy had a botfly in his head.
Yeah.
And
uh-huh.
he grew a weird attachment to the botfly. And he was his kid. And and he just
This is
kept
my
it.
son?
He kept it in his head
I
until
felt this
it-
growing inside me.
Yeah, and he kept it in his body for it to grow. And one day
Mature?
it popped out at a baseball game, and he lost it, and he got sad.
Wow.
That's disgusting.
That's pretty disgusting.
That's
yeah.
nasty. And I had to listen to an hour-and-a-half podcast for my entomology
Was it this
class.
interview with this guy?
Yeah.
Really?
Did he have like a little foam finger for the botfly larva at the baseball game?
like a little tiny one.
Yeah, he had a hat, and I remember he said he took off his hat, and he think he felt it fall off or something. And yeah, that was pretty nasty.
Speaking of botflies and nastiness, when I was working up in the Hell Creek in 2014 with Greg Wilson's crew at Hell Creek State Park, all the mammal people would come back from a day's work, like huge bags of sediment, and they'd take it to the lake and they'd screen wash it there.
And
Uh-oh.
then leave it out to dry.
And so
No, I think I know where this is going.
I don't know if anybody ever actually got one of these, but we were told about them on numerous occasions. There are these things called rat-tailed maggots, which is like a botfly larva. And, sorry, Chad, this is going to be really gross.
Well,
But,
I started it.
Monsters inside me.
But they would like try and crawl up an orifice.
Oh.
So like we were wading like waist deep into the lake in order to be able to screen wash there, and like we were told about this, and so I don't know, everyone was like clenching their butts because apparently, so I am told, these things would try and go up there and just like live there in that orifice,
in your butt.
and they'd like send out a little tube to breathe.
Oh.
Um,
Leave a butt periscope.
Yeah. And yeah, pretty gross stuff, and they just like feed on whatever
That's
comes
like
out of
that
that.
River Monsters episode with the pea fish.
It's a long-standing.
Urban legend, right?
I think it may actually happen once in a great while. Because not that River Monsters is necessarily always truthful, but they do have a scene in that episode where they like the guy they interview a guy that had it happen to him, and he actually saved the catfish after the doctor got it out.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Was it catfish?
Yeah, it's a little tiny catfish.
Because they're like parasitic on other fish's gills, right?
Yes, I think so. And then,
they're attracted to urea.
Right, and it's making a mistake.
Yeah.
Predictably, because it's not going to parasitize a land-living creature because it'll
Right.
die. But yeah, so it gets up. It can get up there and very occasionally get up there and die. Apparently, for me, the grossest parasite interaction in the animal kingdom, and again, somebody will probably be able to outdo me here, but for me, the grossest one I've ever heard of is this. I want to say it's a crustacean, and it like climbs inside or swims inside a fish's mouth.
It's an isopod that does this.
Oh yes, I think so. Yeah, I think you're right. It swims inside a fish's mouth, eats the tongue, and then attaches itself to the former base of the tongue and becomes the fish's tongue.
Yep.
It's just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Nightmarish.
Yeah. Like, are you hungry, Phil? I am.
I also remember a podcast that I had to watch for the same class. A guy had really bad allergies, and he tried every medication to help him, and it wouldn't work. And he found out that if you get hookworms, it would help relieve your allergy symptoms. So, but nobody would give him it because I guess somewhere in the United States, you can't give out worms.
I wonder why.
Yeah. Anyway, so he booked a flight to Africa and walked around on tribal land in barefoot, and got hookworms because hookworms are found in feces. So
I think it was like a big thing in the Civil War.
Yeah, and
really?
apparently he says that he loves having hookworms because it helps with his allergies. Yeah, but I
It
don't
had
know.
to have been really bad allergies for him to make that choice.
Yeah.
Wowza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look how cool this is. I don't know. Looks pretty neat.
Oh,
Like the
yeah.
striations. Is that like a little plant or is that just part of the rock?
It's probably just part of the rock,
Okay.
but it's neat, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Just
Oh yeah. I think it almost looks like really. What was the orientation? Was it like this up?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's probably a plant impression.
Oh, okay. I was
I would
picturing it
think.
was
I think so, but
Yeah,
maybe not.
because you
it
see
was running the other direction.
We are getting better plants down low here
Nice.
for whatever reason.
Clearly they were, smushed into place by this dying ceratopsian.
Exactly.
As it was falling apart.
If I hate the different orientation that frill has, because you have this side going into the wall, you have the frill kind of going, what is this, east to west?
North
Or
is like over
west
there,
to
isn't
east.
it?
Yeah, then you have west to east. And then you have a weird frill that's kind of vertical. And then, I don't know, this guy's all over the place.
And we actually had the genus and species for the isopod.
Oh, great. Super.
Cymothoa exigua, or the tongue-eating louse.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gross.
Thank you, Murph and Hogan. I appreciate that.
Would you have one of those?
Very nice.
Would I want one of
Do
that?
you want to eat one?
Do you want one?
No, I like my tongue.
That would be a nasty lisp.
Have you ever heard the story? I think I've told you this, Nick. But Matt, have you ever heard the story of Barry the polychaete worm?
No.
So this is a story that Denver Fowler told me in the field a long time ago. But there was
Once upon a time, there was a polychaete worm.
there was this aquarium in
Let me know
like
if my
Cornwall,
foot's in
I
the
think.
No,
Okay.
And they had all of these like wonderful like marine exhibits, and they had a beautiful coral enclosure,
Okay.
beautiful coral exhibit, and then they noticed that their fish started disappearing. It's like, what in the world is going on here? All of these beautiful tropical fishes in this coral,
Oh wow.
and just one by one they started to disappear until like all of the fish were gone. So they drained the whole tank, and they were thinking like, well, we got this coral, it's actual coral from the ocean.
Yeah.
And something must have gotten into there. So they're like pulling apart the coral after they've drained the tank. and there's this huge polychaete worm in there that would only come out at night when everybody was gone.
Yeah.
And so they like tried capturing it. And I'm probably exaggerating a little bit here, but I seem to recall something about like they tried to snare it with like a wire noose, and it bit through it. And like some people tried to pick it up, and then it had these spines on it that like envenomated them, and
oh my god,
like their hands got really numb, and they had some like weird symptoms and stuff. But it was picked up by the news, and so this worm just became a local celebrity. So they just gave it its own tank, and they had like a naming contest, and the local children named it Barry, the polychaete worm.
Why Barry?
I don't know.
Huh.
Somebody in chat can look it up.
Like, I asked the important questions. I asked the hard-hitting questions.
But he became like a star attraction at the aquarium.
Oh, a lot of fish sacrifice themselves.
Definitely. But man, polychaetes are
Is this like a bobbit worm?
gnarly. Yeah, it's a bobbit worm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those guys are crazy.
Yeah. And let's see here. Is the white rocky-looking thing part of the dinosaur being excavated? Yeah. So Joe Wingy, this is a protective cocoon that we've put around this. It's called a field jacket.
Right. It's now pupating.
We're gathering food for it, you know, and
a pretty butterfly.
but within this is one of the, probably the most scientifically important bone that we've had all summer. It's one of the frill bones of a ceratopsian dinosaur, a horned dinosaur. And maybe in a little bit I'll get out my visual aids and I'll show you. But yeah, so right now we're trenching around it so that we can dig underneath and flip it, carve it down, and then jacket the other side, so it'll be totally encased in this plaster-soaked burlap here, what we call a field jacket. So that's the white stuff is plaster that you're saying there. Oh, there you go. Practicalfishkeeping.co.uk. Violent attacks attributed to worm named Barry.
Now the headline writer must have loved that one.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
It's like a caveman club.
Yeah.
Where would you say you are on your journey towards becoming a caveman out here?
50%, I guess.
Okay.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Learning how to use tools. I can make fire.
Yeah, you can. Actually, I'm more basil than you. I stink at that. Like, to me, making a fire is like going to the store and getting lighter fluid in a match.
One thing I want to do is do a friction fire.
Oh yeah, with the bow and the
yeah. But I always wanted to try it and be successful at it.
I like a line from this. The worm must have obliterated the traps. The bait was full of hooks, which he must have digested.
Is that
Barry the polychaete worm? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a trap.
It's over 4 feet long with these bizarre-looking jaws. Thousands of bristles, which are capable of inflicting a sting, resulting in permanent numbness.
Permanent.
Yeah, the worm, nicknamed Barry by the staff, okay, has been moved to its own tank. And he lived happily ever after.
Is he still alive?
I don't know. I don't know how long bobbit worms live.
I pity the fish that had to be.
Yeah.
that were like.
Oh man.
It's like throwing them into the rancor pit.
The Sarlacc pit, more like. It's just.
Yeah, there's a lot of pit monsters in Return of the Jedi. I never realized that.
Yeah, shoot.
Yeah. I mean, more than one.
Did you count that moon?
Oh yeah. Well, he's in Empire Strikes Back,
Empire
though.
Strikes.
Yeah.
The space slug.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. The cave is closing. This is no cave.
Who's calling? Oh, Ethan's calling.
He's like, jacket it yet?
Hey, Ethan. Yeah. It's going to take a long time to get this thing flipped. We might be able to flip it today, or it might be tomorrow. It's just difficult, you know? And we want to take this nice and slow because it's so important. Yeah. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, we're doing okay here. I think, yeah, if you want to come by at like 6, that would still work for us, or, yeah, whatever. Cool. All right, we'll see you around then. Cool. All right, thanks. Bye. Nice. All right. Let's see, someone says, Jurassic Park 3 ringtone? I don't know what you're talking about. So this family friend have got a paint and tile business out in Oklahoma, and that's the jingle for on the commercial.
Paint Tile Plus. I think his name might be Kirby.
Something like that, yeah.
Definitely not the pink guy.
Fist of Snake says, Ethan, come on stream instead of calling. Yeah, he's off doing stuff right now, sorry. I don't wish we could, revolve everything in fieldwork around the streams, but you'll see plenty of Ethan later on in the summer, especially when we're in Utah together.
Do an IRL stream.
That's what this is.
Well, like, daily life, just walk around.
Oh.
A vlog. Is that
Here's
what
me
they're
brushing
called?
my teeth.
Have a sleep stream.
The sad thing is there are people that would watch that.
People do that and watch it.
Oh, really?
I'm not kidding. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Lenina says the paint and tile business is in Westgate, right? That's right, Lenina. You've been there too? Yeah. Yeah. And FN Long says, can you explain how the bone got where it was? Well, the dinosaur died near here, and it didn't move too far after that, we think. Yeah. You're asking about how it got to Wyoming? Because these dinosaurs lived here in Wyoming. If you want to know how it got to 7,000 feet of elevation, or whatever we're at here, it's because of uplift. This used to be at sea level, back when this critter was alive. So.
It all started 73 million years ago.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go year by year. No, it's well, one thing that we do know, or probably know, is that the rock that this is in is a mudstone, and the type of mudstone that it is kind of typical of like lake bottoms, pond bottoms, that kind of stuff. Like maybe like an abandoned channel of a river. Think like slow moving, maybe even potentially kind of stagnant water.
Kind of like an oxbow lake, if you're familiar with that term.
Something like that. It could be like that.
Yeah.
So because the water here was not flowing quickly, we don't think. And I guess it's conceivable that whatever brought this sand in could have brought the bones in too, potentially. And if that's the case, that might be a little bit different story. But regardless, yeah, I mean, Danny's right. The thing would have died in the close proximity to this spot for sure. It may or may not have actually died in the little pond, or potentially large pond that was represented by this. That these rocks are these rocks here that I'm sitting on. It's we're digging through these rocks, but in a lot of ways, they're really cool too. They're this is fossilized lake bed or fossilized pond bottom, and I find that pretty incredible a lot of time.
We've got a bit of a turtle from right over there. Actually.
Right. Yeah. So right over there is part of a turtle.
Maybe I'll pick that up actually, if that's okay.
Can you get it?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to get it, Nick? Yeah. I can show the camera.
And so
Maybe adjust the camera.
The short answer to the question is the animal definitely died around here. It might have died in this body of water, or it might have been washed in. But if it was washed in, it was probably washed in maybe in the same event that brought this big pile of sand here.
Yeah. Here's a bit of
same event or series of events.
Our turtle that lived in the same time and place. We've got lovely turtle texture right there. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Nick. Mm-hmm. So we're hoping that we've got more of this animal going into the hill here. But in order to be able to dig in here and clear all this rock away, like this is as tall as I am, this back wall of the quarry, we're going to do a lot of picking and shoveling to get all this stuff out of the way. before we do that, we've got to move this. And hopefully the rest of the face of the animal will be here under this rock wall. We'll have to see as the month progresses. Alex says, what makes one spot better than another for looking for fossils? Well, a better spot will be one that has fossils in it. Yeah.
Well, that kind of gets to the question we had the other day. Yeah. So,
most common question, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the kind of fossil you're looking for, but I guess if you're looking for fossils in general, you want to look for sedimentary rocks, so rocks that are made from other rocks. And let's say, hypothetically, since this is a dinosaur, or in what we call a non-avian dinosaur, so a non-bird dinosaur, a lot of you guys probably know that birds are thought to be descended from dinosaurs. That group of animals lived from about 235 to 66 million years ago. So we've got to find, if we're going to find non-avian dinosaurs, we've got to find sedimentary rocks that were laid down sometime between 235 and 66 million years ago.
Kind of adding on to that too, dinosaurs were pretty much all terrestrial. They lived on land. So you'll occasionally find dinosaurs, rarely, in marine deposits from the bottom of the ocean back then. But normally you want to go into terrestrial deposits, like, you know, often like freshwater deposits where you've got sediment being accumulated in lakes and rivers and ponds or whatever environment this critter was buried in.
This is definitely a freshwater environment, and part of the reason we know that is we have a freshwater turtle in it.
Yep. Yeah, a bunch of cool like plant material here too. This is clearly like you wouldn't want to drink this water, I bet.
Tiktaalik.
Would have been pretty gross.
Nasty Tiktaalik beer water. Nasty ceratopsian beer water.
And Alex says, thanks for the answer, made my day. Well, thank you for your positivity. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the awesome question.
Yeah. Yeah, and is there a smell to the fossilized lake bed? Let's see.
Smells like rock.
There kind of is. I mean, it smells different from like sandstone.
It can be, yeah, if there's enough organic material in it, it can smell a little like...
Kind of funky?
Yeah, like almost like pond bottom mud or something.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, like, we've got tarps for this site in case it rains overnight. We got to make sure that we keep this as dry as we can, because this stuff just turns back into mud.
It literally turns into mud.
If it gets wet, yeah. I know it looks like rock. It is rock, but this is, you know, mud from 73 million years ago.
I wonder if we could do targeted mud excavation, like drizzle water.
I've done that before in the field, yeah. Yeah, and particularly hard mudstones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have personally never done that, but I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work. You just have to deploy it in very careful ways. Yeah.
Back when I taught like a summer science camp thing about dinosaurs, one of the like final projects for the kiddos was one of those like dinosaur excavation kits.
Oh yeah.
With like a plastered miniature T-Rex skull inside and a bunch of like sandstone, artificial sandstone. Or I guess it would have been mudstone. I guess it's artificial. Doesn't matter. But so I was teaching them how to like excavate this really carefully and slowly, and then one of the more clever kids he kind of realized that he could just get it wet. And the stuff would just slough off. So he just walked over and soaked the thing with the hose, and he had his T-Rex skull out in 40 seconds. And so he just had to like kind of sit there while everybody else was working on it.
Never heard the old adage of the tortoise and the hare.
Funny thing is that's kind of like how a scientist's mind might work.
Yeah, no, I mean, I gave him kudos for that. It's like you solved the problem.
Yeah, plus, yeah.
Yeah.
Math teachers would think otherwise. Now it's supposed to be one way and one way only.
Show your work. Yeah.
Nick didn't have a great experience with math teachers.
No, I did not.
I honestly didn't either. I can relate.
I had some great math teachers and some not so great, and I will keep them all anonymous.
Yeah. Dasher Fernando's got a good question for us.
Okay.
Do you think simulations, I guess reconstructions, and programs that show us how dinosaurs looked like in the flesh are accurate? Because I look at a rabbit skeleton and it looks like this little monster, but in reality it's this really cute little ball of fur. What if we make this mistake with dinosaurs too?
So, I think to that question, I would say if you have a chance, look up the book All Yesterdays. Have you ever heard about this book?
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it, honestly.
Okay,
but, yeah.
I actually really dig it. Yeah,
I know a lot of people do, but yeah.
The part I like is the part where they do just that. They try to imagine. There's a part at the end where they try to imagine what modern animals would look like if paleontologists found their remains.
This has made its way across the internet. I think it's directly from that book. There's like a baboon and a hippopotamus.
Yeah, my favorite is the cat.
Yeah. Yeah.
They reconstruct the cat as a demon that invades human nests, which in the case of my cat is pretty accurate. But yeah, so if you get a chance, check that out. We're obviously our group is divided on its merits, but I personally think it's pretty awesome. But yes, it is 100% true that animals have, many animals have soft tissue structures, so structures that don't normally fossilize, that don't leave much, if any, trace on bones. And so that was, so some of you guys have probably seen Prehistoric Planet, the David Attenborough narrated show on Apple TV+. And one of the dinosaurs that I helped to discover, a dinosaur called Dreadnoughtus, is a source of a little bit of consternation for me in that show, because Darren Naish, who actually I know quite well, chose Dreadnoughtus as the example for soft tissue structures in dinosaurs that we might not have very much fossil evidence for. And so Dreadnoughtus is the giant titanosaur shown in the beginning of the second episode of the first season of Prehistoric Planet. And it's the one shown with these inflatable neck sacs like a sage grouse has on its chest or something like this. And in actual fact, we do know that titanosaurs and other sauropod dinosaurs had pneumatized skeletons, had skeleton air sacs connected to the lungs invading their bones in many cases. But we don't have any evidence for external air sacs like is shown in the show. And I think the point of showing it like that, as much as I don't like it myself because I think my dinosaur looks cooler without them, as much as I don't like it, it does show the point that there's lots and lots of things that dinosaurs probably had that we paleontologists wouldn't imagine them to have, because we try to do the best we can with the evidence we have. So it's not like Occam's razor. It's not parsimonious. It's not the simplest answer to assume that T-Rex had like a giant, a giant
rooster's comb.
Yeah, like exactly, like a giant rooster comb or like a turkey waddle or something. But it's not impossible that it did. And it's the kind of thing that unless somebody finds a quote-unquote mummified, in this case T-Rex, it's the kind of thing that we might never know. But there's, undoubtedly, again, remember, in the best case scenario, we're getting, the best known dinosaurs are known from 100% of a skeleton, so the whole skeleton, and maybe a smattering of soft tissue like skin or feathers. Remember that there's so much more to an animal than that. There's muscle, there's organs, there's behavior, there's calls, there's color, there's, all these things that we mostly neither don't or can't know from the fossil record, or rarely get evidence for. And so it's a lot of fun to try to reconstruct what dinosaurs looked like and how they behaved, but it's also, you're also working with pretty limited evidence a lot of the time too. So yeah, I mean, I think if, let's time travel forward 50 million years and imagine a group of paleontologists, or whatever they call themselves 50 million years from now, whatever the species is that does this, finds a rabbit skeleton. I don't know that there would be obvious evidence of, say, the really long ears that are so characteristic of a rabbit in a rabbit skeleton. So, so the point is really well taken. Dinosaurs and many other fossil animals probably had lots of soft tissue structures that we just don't have, much, if any, evidence for.
Good answer, yeah. And I also think of, there have been a couple times where we found soft tissue structures that were very surprising.
Right.
No one had imagined before.
Right. A great example of this is, and maybe it's the same one you were thinking of, or one of them, but there's a dinosaur, a duckbill dinosaur, that's known from hundreds, if not, probably remains of, if you count isolated bones, remains of thousands of individuals of this dinosaur are known. Yep. It's a dinosaur called Edmontosaurus annectens.
Oh, Regalis is the one.
Oh, it's Regalis. You're right. Yeah, it's Regalis.
Yeah.
Okay, so Regalis isn't known from as many, but it's known from lots of specimens. And somebody found an Edmontosaurus regalis with preserved soft tissue on the top of the head, and showed that it had a little sort of soft tissue crest that nobody expected.
Yep.
And this is one of the better known dinosaurs. Edmontosaurus itself, the genus Edmontosaurus, would have to be one of the very best known dinosaurs in the world.
Definitely.
And yet we're still, this discovery was made in the long ago time of something like 2015, maybe even more recent than that. One of the best known dinosaurs, we're still finding out fundamental things as to what it looked like.
Yeah.
Let alone how it behaved, let alone, how it interacted with other organisms in its environment. And so that to me is one of the most, paleontology is so much fun. It's a little frustrating, but it's also so much fun because we're still so very much on the tip of the iceberg of our knowledge of these animals.
And with that particular specimen, it's a one-off. So could it be sexually dimorphic? Is that a male
Right.
and the females don't have that fleshy crest? Or, yeah. I was also thinking of Ubirajara, or the dinosaur formerly known as Ubirajara.
Yeah, you just make a symbol like Prince.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, what's his name now?
It doesn't have
Doesn't have a
name.
name.
Isn't,
currently.
so they, okay.
Yeah, because it was smuggled out of Brazil illegally. Yeah, you know the story.
Yeah, I didn't know they.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So now we say
well,
Ubirajara in quotation
So the
marks.
paper
Yeah.
was retracted,
Yeah.
so I think, right?
Mhm.
And then, yeah.
Okay.
It's Journal of Cretaceous Research, I think?
Probably Cretaceous
Was that
research,
the
yeah.
one with
Publishes
the,
lots of stuff.
I published
Was
in that.
described as a
Yeah, me too.
Compsognathidea?
Yeah,
And
which
it had like weird bars.
it had these like
protrusions.
weird filamentous things coming off its
Yeah.
shoulders, like quills or like I don't know, like maybe really, really thin, rigid feathers. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. The all yesterday's thing kind of gets me just because
Okay. Oh, yeah, I wanna
I
hear
found
this. Yeah.
online a lot of people try to use it to kind of clown on paleontology.
Oh,
Be like,
really?
oh, those guys don't know what they're doing,
Oh, I
like
see. Like-
everything is completely wrong, and why even bother?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't take it like that. I think it's, I think it is important to acknowledge the limitations of what we know so far.
Sure.
But it's also
Yeah.
important to acknowledge that we know more about dinosaurs than ever before, and we're learning more about them, at a rate that's probably faster than any period in time in the past. And so,
Yeah.
so to me, it's like the lack of knowledge to me is exciting. It's opportunity. It's for anybody who's an aspiring paleontologist out there. It's a chance to know that you have a chance to make a really important discovery yourself.
There's still so much out there left to be learned, and yeah, it's a single fossil can change the way that we think about a whole group of animals sometimes. Yeah. From Zerm, what is the best place to find fossils in the world? I'd say in the ground. But
Good answer.
more specifically than that, it's really, I'd say it's just about impossible to come up with a single place. But we could name some hot spots.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Here in Wyoming
I was
is a
going
great
to say,
place.
obviously, right here in Western North America, in the Rocky
Yeah.
Mountain region of Western North America, is one of the best places in the world for dinosaur fossils.
Yeah, so that'd be like Wyoming, Montana, the Dakotas,
Yep,
Colorado, and Utah.
Yep.
Oh boy, yeah.
Yep. Patagonia, especially the Argentine side of Patagonia, is extraordinarily rich in dinosaur fossils. Central Asia, like Mongolia, North China, most of China, but especially northeastern China.
Places in like North Africa.
Yeah, I was going to say Niger. There's a really wonderful place in Niger called Gadafawa that's yielded a lot of what we think we understand about early Cretaceous African dinosaurs comes from basically one locality almost. Northwestern Madagascar.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's one that I wouldn't have thought of.
Yeah. But in terms of the quality of the fossils, there aren't very many dinosaurs known from there. There's only
Is that what
4, I think.
Rheonavis, Majungasaurus,
Mashikasaurus, and Rapedosaurus.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry, Vahini. So there's 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does Samisuchus come out of there?
That it does. Yeah. That's a
That's a little crocodile.
herbivorous crocodilomorph.
Yeah.
Yep. So the reason I say northwestern Madagascar is just simply because not many dinosaur species have been found there, but lots of fossils have been found there. And the preservation of these is maybe the best except for maybe Mongolia, a few places in China. These dinosaurs are some of the best preserved in the world.
Really?
Oh, absolutely. The stuff looks like the bones are still white. They look
I've
like
seen some of the Majungasaurus bones,
you
yeah.
pick them up. They're not very heavy. They look like the dog killed the dinosaur like 2 weeks ago. I mean, it's really extraordinary stuff. Yeah, it's a.
I wouldn't want to meet that dog. Jeez.
Yeah, really.
That
yeah,
might be the biggest
A
dog.
dog that could kill the
would be the
Majungasaurus.
biggest
Yeah.
That would be the biggest dog.
Yeah. But no, it's extraordinarily well preserved material.
And I like how, as dinosaur paleontologists, we've only been naming dinosaur sites.
Well,
Or
I
guess
think.
the question was
Did
fossils.
they ask fossils? Okay.
Yeah. So
yeah.
shoot, there's. I
I
don't
mean,
know.
really, just about. I mean, many
Lots of
places around the
places, yeah.
world you can find fossils. Oh, it's starting to rain.
Yeah, I just got a drop on my arm. Hopefully this passes over us soon. But it might not. It doesn't look like we've got a big curtain of rain over there. So it might just be drizzles.
Which
or
way is it
sprinkles.
coming? This way. This way.
Yeah.
Towards like northwest, northeast.
So heading northeast.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So
That's
effectively left to right
east.
from where we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
northeast.
But yeah, so anyway, fossils all over the world, dinosaurs all over
Yeah,
the world.
I mean,
lived
they're-
on all 7 continents.
Yep.
Matt
Yep.
here's dug dinosaurs in Antarctica.
I have.
Yeah.
I actually have the the braggy distinction of I'm one of the few people who's ever found dinosaur fossils on all 7 continents.
Very cool. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, not braggy at all. Yeah. I'm totally humble here. Yep.
That is actually really, really cool.
Now, admittedly, I'm counting my dinosaur from Antarctica is a claw fragment. So
It counts.
So
it counts.
there's an asterisk. Yeah, but yes, I have. I think I might have a chance before I'm done to have at least been a co-author on papers that have named dinosaurs from all 7 continents.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So we got some in the pipeline from Australia. I've already named or co-named from Patagonia, from North America, Asia. Asia, have I? Yes. Europe is going to be a tough one, but I think we have a project in Croatia that's yielding some interesting things.
Yeah,
So,
the scuba diving one, right?
Yep.
Pretty neat. That is a question that I get a lot. I don't know where it comes from.
Yeah.
But like how often do you find dinosaurs underwater? And I usually say, never, unless you've done something really bad in the quarry.
But yeah, there's a dinosaur site in Croatia where the dinosaur bones are underwater. They're
That's nuts.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Do you want to list off any of the dinosaurs that you've discovered and or been an author on the
Well,
paper
so
for?
again, with a big asterisk that I'm usually a co-author on these rather than the lead author. But
That's how it typically goes for everybody,
So North America, Anzu, Europe again. I don't have any yet. Asia, Aurora ceratops and Sujosaurus.
Oh. Sujosaurus from Korea?
No, it's a Therizinosaur from China.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, yeah.
We have another one. We have a Microraptorine in the works from China.
Nice.
Let's see. South America, probably several from South America. So like Sarmientosaurus, Catapinsaurus. Oh God. We've got a new Megaraptoride in the works. We just published a new one in Lahine. It's like 7 or 8 from South America.
Nice.
Antarctica and Australia I still don't have, but there's a lot of potential for some new things that we're working on. And then Africa, Paralotitan. It might only be Paralotitan. I can't remember, but
That's
yeah.
a cool one, though. Shoot.
Thanks.
Weren't
Yeah.
you with Mansarosaurus?
What's that?
Weren't you with?
Oh, Monsorosaurus. Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
there's 3 from Africa at least. It's Paralotitan, Monsorosaurus, and Ingahi, a titanosaur we named last summer.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, the first dinosaur named and transliterated to ancient Egyptian.
I remember that, yeah.
You
I
weren't
covered
on
that.
that African Abelisaur. Did you do work on that?
I did the Bahariya one.
Yeah.
I did, but we didn't name it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I bet.
that's okay.
You think it's new?
Hush.
It based on where it comes from, probably.
Yeah.
But we only had
Not
it.
super diagnostic?
Yeah, we had one cervical vertebra, so I
Oh,
was not
shoot,
going
yeah.
to name that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt in my mind it's an Abelosaurid. I mean, it's like the spitting image of some of the others, but
Mhm.
yeah. I mean, if we're fortunate enough to find a skull at some point, we might be able to. I mean, it would have to be attached to a neck so we could show that it was the same animal. But
We had a question if scientists from outside of China are allowed to dig in China. And the answer is yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although it was, with the pandemic for a long time, it was really hard to travel to China. I think it's gotten easier now.
It definitely has.
Yeah. But yes, I went to China and dug 4 times in the 2000s.
Nice.
So,
Arguably, like, one of the best countries in the world to dig up dinosaurs.
oh, I would say, yeah, without question.
Don't
Yeah.
they yield some of the most valuable feathered dinosaurs?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
China is where the first feathered dinosaurs came from. We now have them from. There certainly are some from North America. There's at least one from Siberia.
Is Crethoraptor from?
Crethoraptor is from China.
Yeah, southern China. It's from maybe Guangxi province or Jiangxi province, maybe. But yes, it's from the Nanchang Formation, which is the southern China Late Cretaceous.
Oh yikes!
Jim was telling me the other day that they've got a site in China that's like, imagine the quarry wall at Dinosaur National Monument,
Yeah.
but it's a kilometer long.
Wow. I wonder if that's there's a place in Shandong province where they've got a bone bed of Shandungosaurus, this giant duckbill, the biggest duckbill we know about. And I think I used to know the name of the locality, but I bet you it's the same one. That one it's really, really huge, and it's very much like the monument that way.
Yeah. So that's like Maastrichtian then. That's really late.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Either Campanian or Maastrichtian for sure.
Which trying to find papers about Shandungosaurus is really difficult.
Some of them are still
really?
in. One of them has never been translated, I think.
Okay.
There's a
it's,
really.
trying to find the preserved
Beautiful
elements
figures
on
in
that guy is, at least for me, was next to impossible.
It used to be called Manchurosaurus, and so that might help you out.
Manchurosaurus.
Yeah, that could be the same animal. Manchurosaurus is from I'm gonna butcher the name, but it's northeastern China, and I think it's Heilongjiang province. So I think that, and you can double check me with the internet, or somebody can, but I think Manchurosaurus is probably a nomen dubium for something that we now know from along the Amur River on the Siberia-China border. So things like Allura titan, K-Rhinosaurus or Caranosaurus. There's like Wulagasaurus. Help me out, Nick. You know these things. There's one that starts with a K. Kerberosaurus.
Kerberosaurus.
Yeah.
Some with a Z. Did they start there? Zoyolong. Is that one?
I think there's a Zhonglong, but I don't think it comes from there.
Yeah. No, Wulagasaurus.
Yeah. So I think that's Manchurosaurus, and Shandungosaurus has been known about for a long time too. But yeah, it's a giant.
Is it larger than some of the largest Lambeosaurs?
I think it's thought to be. Yeah.
It's widely held to be the biggest hadrosaur.
Yeah, and honestly, the biggest non-sauropod dinosaur. I think. Yeah.
Although we've got some elements from the Hell Creek of Edmontosaurus and Ectens that seem to maybe rival it.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
Ever heard of X-Rex?
No.
So they thought it was a tyrannosaur when they first dug it up.
Cool. Yeah.
Because it was so big. But there's this tail that's like 25 feet long.
Wow.
And it's just the tail, and it's got skin on it too.
Oh, that's cool.
It's on display at Museum of the Rockies.
Oh, no way.
It is enormous. So it implies the animal could be like maybe over 50 feet long.
Yeah.
I guess they really live up to their name, being the bulky lizard.
Yeah.
Hadrosaurs.
Yeah.
I mean, one pet peeve that I have is that my dad pronounces them as hydrosaurs. No,
lizards.
they're not water.
My dad still says crustaceous sometimes. So.
Oh yeah, that's a common one.
Crustaceous.
The era of the lobsters era.
Era of crabs.
Everything tasted good.
It's just Maine.
Yeah, I love you, Dad, if you're watching right now.
What'd you say? That's just mean.
It's just Maine.
The crustaceous era.
I don't know how to make it.
Oh, and we got a question, I think Lenina was asking this. What is Matt's take on Psittacosaurus having quills on its posterior?
Cool. Well, I mean, I think there's only one specimen that shows that, or seems to show it. I have no reason to doubt the validity of that. I know some people have speculated maybe it died on some plant matter or something like that. But I think probably you would be able to tell pretty quickly with like SEM or something, like, you know, whether it was plant or, you know, SEM meaning scanning electron microscope, so a tool that lets you look at structures in ridiculous detail. I have no reason to doubt that. The one thing I will say is that there's more than one Psittacosaurus, and probably maybe potentially a lot of them now.
There's like hundreds from that same bed. I think.
But I think also many with soft tissue impressions.
Yeah.
And I don't, to my knowledge, that's the only one that shows that,
Yep.
and so it's very interesting.
Jim has a whole soapbox about this.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, no, he says like none of the researchers in China think that it had quills.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Could be sexual dimorphism.
Yeah, if there's only one male and 1,000 females, so
Yeah,
like
like
vice versa.
Or maybe that was the queen.
Better not be
that was
vice
the,
versa.
That was the queen Psittacosaurus.
They're like naked mole rats.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they
Like
kind of look like that.
They kind of do.
You had the herd of elk story.
That was me, yeah.
With the one big male.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah.
he just led them all into a volcanic lake.
Yep. Yeah, they were like lemmings.
Yeah. Which lemmings don't actually do that.
I know.
Yeah, there was like a Disney documentary that they made
really?
in like the 50s or 60s where they just like kind of prodded them off a cliff. It's like really unethical.
Go humans.
Yeah.
Hey, Disney.
Yep. The House of Mouse.
This is what we really think of your mascot.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they wanted to do it with actual mice, but I'm having a very hard time. Yeah, this is this part of the quarry.
Yeah, it gets tougher the deeper down you go. Who'd have thought?
We need the rock saw. Which makes me wonder, how effective would the rock saw be in?
Oh, it'd be way overkill.
Have
Would
you,
it?
Yeah, have you ever tried to use one on mudstone? I never have.
I feel like we could use it.
I mean, I would take a jackhammer.
Yeah.
It would be overkill, but I don't care.
Beats this.
Yeah.
And I feel like if this were a drinking game, it would be really dangerous. Boy from Borneo wants to know, so how do y'all pick a location to start digging for dinosaur bones?
Nick, you want to take that one?
Yeah, so if you just go in your backyard and start digging, hopefully you'll get lucky. And if not, move 2 feet to the left and do it again.
That may work for you if you live in somewhere like Wyoming or Montana. There's an outside chance your backyard might have dinosaurs in it, but
It's happened,
I'll
I
just
suppose.
do a quick summary, but
Yeah.
look at dinosaurs come from Cretaceous rocks, or not? I'm sorry, sedimentary rocks, and we're working in Cretaceous right now. And but anyways, they come from sedimentary rocks that are rocks made from other rocks. And you just look at a geologic map to see what time frame the dinosaurs came from, which was the Mesozoic, so 235 to 66 million years ago.
about.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the oldest known dinosaurs are about 230, but there's footprints that might suggest that they could have originated a little earlier.
I usually say
really?
240 just to
Really?
hedge my
Okay.
bets.
Yeah, like
but
Nyasasaurus, you think?
Yeah.
maybe?
Okay.
Who knows? Yeah.
So yeah, look at geologic maps, and then you just kind of pick a spot and go digging. I don't know. But that's like the short story of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of the short version is you can either go to where people have found dinosaurs before, which is the obvious one, or a lot of the Earth's surface has been mapped from a geologic standpoint. And so those maps geologic maps are almost in a way for paleontologists like treasure maps. They tell us where the right rocks are. And if you can get yourself to those rocks, and ideally bring a team of people to help you look for things, there's a reasonable chance you'll find something there.
And get permission from the landowner or the public land agency.
Right, you can't
or whatever.
that's right, that's a good point. You can't just go.
Yeah.
But yes, you have to have all your permissions in order. But that's basically exactly how how this project got started was our colleague Ethan, who directs the project, realized long ago a paleontologist found fossils here, and there was enough found to show that the area was promising, and so Ethan started putting some time and effort into it, and luckily it's yielded several dinosaurs now.
Yeah.
So,
And they stand a very good shot at being brand new because there have been zero dinosaurs named from this particular formation. So just about anything that we find, really, really good shot that it's a new genus or a new species. You know, I should have said new species or new genus, because obviously if it's a new genus, it's a new species too.
Well, you kind of, you say genus, species. So.
Yeah, dinosaur genera are largely monospecific anyway, so
And
genus
so-
and species is like.
And so probably, I mean, definitely a lot of people in the chat know what a genus and species are, but a genus is just it's like one taxonomic level above species. So
Yeah.
it's a genus is, either it's sort of a collection of species, but sometimes that collection is only one. So think like, humans, we're Homo sapiens. So genus Homo, species sapiens. T-Rex, genus Tyrannosaurus, species Rex.
I usually use like cats as an example. So like Felis concolor, the puma, mountain lion, cougar, whatever you want to call it. Felis catus, same genus Felis. That's the house cat, and there's probably some house cats watching this stream right now as their owners have fallen asleep.
I like a really poor analogy I like to think is with humans' first and last names. There's a lot of nicks. You could have a lot of the same genus.
So you're the same genus as other Nick.
Yeah,
and,
but I'm a different species though with
there
my
you
last
go.
name. So
Yeah,
there's
you've
only
got
one.
geographic variation. He's from San Diego, you're from Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
You know?
unless your last name's Smith, then I'm sorry. There's a lot of Smith. I mean, maybe there's just a lot of of those species then. But it's poor, but it helps individualize it on a large
Sure.
scale. So yeah, that usually helps me. Like there's a lot of Dannies. And a lot of Matts.
This is
but
true, yeah.
There's one Lamana.
And there's only one Danny Anduza.
There actually is only one Danny Anduza.
Oh, really?
It's a very uncommon last
There's
name.
at least one more Matt Lamana.
Really?
Yeah, because he has my email, this
Oh,
almost the
no.
same email address.
Uh-huh.
Now you just
Who got the
you
first
just
one on
go in.
Gmail?
I did.
Nice.
Yep. And he keeps signing up for hockey camp or something, and it's just driving me nuts because I get all these hockey camp emails. I don't know how to fix that because mine is Matthew.Lamana,
Uh-huh.
and they took away, like they Google changed it such that if you have a dot, it doesn't count, so to speak, or something.
Yeah.
This is why I get this guy's emails. He must be Matthew Lamana without the dot.
Gotcha. Well, I'm sure he gets a lot of people asking questions about fossils and
Yes, he probably hates me too. So.
invitations to speak at various events.
What's his reconstruction, sir? Tell me about this reconstruction.
Hopefully no, like, you've won a grant emails.
Yeah, right.
He's gonna-
Not interested. Yeah. Well, he probably hates me because I keep, I don't want to go to hockey camp.
Have I ever found dinosaur fossils in a place I didn't expect them to be? Wrong rock type, wrong environment, etc. No, actually, I haven't personally. But it does happen. Sometimes you find the occasional bloat and float dinosaur out in marine strata.
Yep.
You kind of have the opposite, where you look for dinosaurs but you don't find them. So, like Antarctica.
Yeah, or here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have, so far I'm 0 for, let's see, this is probably my 4th day digging at this site.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm 0 for 4. I've yet to find a bone. Very, very poor performance on my part. So send me some good energy, chat.
Let's see. And FN Long says, owning vertebrate fossils is illegal. What makes it possible for you to collect? Shh, don't tell anybody. No. So we're collecting these under permit with the Bureau of Land Management for the museum in Cincinnati. So that's where these fossils are going to end up. Anytime that you're digging fossils on public land in the U.S., like we're doing here, you've got to have your permits in order. You've got to get special permission to be able to excavate and then collect those fossils. They have to go to a museum if you collect vertebrate fossils on public land like this. And so, that's the whole point. We're not here, to bring this thing home and put it on our mantle or anything. This is for scientific purposes. This is for future scientific study. So I hope that makes sense. And Shrimp Boat Dana says, love this place. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. And Ava Little says, Matt, you may find the most amazing bone as soon as stream ends or next time right before stream starts.
I hope so. Thank you.
Mine's a Premax, or a rostral. Sorry, rostral of
Yeah,
Is it
Premax,
rostral or rostrum?
Premax would be even better.
Rostral is rostrum is the snout in general of anything. Rostral is the frontmost bone of the upper jaw of a ceratopsid, so a horned dinosaur like this.
All right, hopefully you can find that.
That would be cool. And we want the front of the face, ideally the Premax.
Has anybody done? Do we have any idea of like here we're not going to get much current in the mudstone, but do we have any idea of like current flow direction from this yet?
No, we haven't like a rose diagram type of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because I'm wondering like if the current was moving like this way potentially, then that could mean that the face is still in there.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Well, we've got end of the parietal, and then we have the scamosal over here.
Right.
So.
And then maybe other frill bits.
Couple frill bits here.
But I don't know if there's enough flow in here to even like really matter in a quiet mudstone like this.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hopefully the face is just right in there. We hope.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Find
right
out.
under where you're sitting right now, Chad.
Yeah.
Find it on the last day.
Yeah. That always happens. That's the thing. Yeah. Didn't you have a thing like that in Bajarillo where it was right toward the end when you found Paralititan?
We found, well, sort of. When we found the 24 years ago, which is crazy how long ago it was now, I was part of an expedition that found a really giant dinosaur called Paralititan stromeri, or that we eventually called Paralititan stromeri. And we found it, we didn't find it on the last day, we found it about midway through the field season, but we ended up collecting about 6 tons out of that quarry, because the animal is huge. I mean, just the upper arm bone is 5'7", so 1.69 meters long. And so we were there till the wee hours of the last day, trying to get the thing fully loaded up and jacketed and all that stuff, and we did actually. And it's funny, we came back the next year and expanded the quarry about 7 times and found one little tiny pathetic chunk of bone for all that work. Yep.
So you really got it all.
We think we got everything there was to get, and we got almost all of it on the first go.
At least you know for sure.
Yeah.
Like I've worked quarries before where we had to wrap up at the end, and it's like I know the tail is going into the hill right here, or something. You know, I just never got to go back.
I had a similar experience in Patagonia last year. We were digging at the site we're almost done with the paper, so hopefully you guys will see this soon, but we have a new megaraptorid from central Patagonia, so a type of predatory dinosaur, and I went there and I was super excited to continue working in the quarry because I thought there were more bones there, and we found one little tiny scrap and one phalanx, so toe bone basically, that had rolled, weathered out and rolled down the hill. It even had some lichen on it, so we knew it had been there for a long time. And that was, so I guess the downside was, obviously the downside is we didn't find any more of it. The good side is we're pretty sure now that we've got the whole thing because we made the hole a lot bigger and didn't find any more. Yeah, so lately wherever I go I seem to not find bones.
Let's see, where are we? We're in Wyoming right now, in the western U.S. Or back east, as I say, because I'm from California.
Back east.
People here hate that when you say, "Oh yeah, I love coming back east out to Wyoming."
Oh yeah, I'm sure they
People
do.
take pride in being, the West out here.
Totally.
But somebody from Hawaii could say the same thing about California. Fair enough.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Zach Zilla says, possibly self-serving question, but where is the museum this guy is going, and do they need collections people?
Well, this one's going to the Cincinnati Museum Center in, you guessed it, Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know what the employment situation is there right now, but I know they already have a collection manager named Cameron.
Yeah, cool guy. He was out with us, yeah.
Really nice guy, yeah. And I have a paleontologist, his name is Glenn Storrs, he's a really old friend of mine. And then another paleontology preparator named Katie Hunt works there as well. And I don't know if they have any other people. But so hopefully And if you want to see this bone being prepared, so in other words, if you want to see the rock being cleaned off of it, that's probably going to happen at my museum, which is the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. In fact, this guy here, Nick, might even be the one doing some of the work. So, yeah.
Super excited.
Yeah.
So it's coming to Pittsburgh first, and then it'll find its forever home, so to speak, in Cincinnati.
You would think this would be its forever home here in Wyoming, like where it died 73 million years ago, but no.
Well, it would have been if we hadn't come along and found it, or,
Exactly,
or you guys hadn't come along and found it last year. So.
Well, I guess it would have eventually turned to dust after being eroded away.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
Now it actually gets to have a forever home.
He died, he made a wish.
Even if it has to be in Ohio, you know, it's still. I'm just kidding. Lovely state, lovely people, lovely fossils, Paleozoic stuff there. But anyway, Nick, if anybody comes to find you in a non-creepy way while you're working on this, what kind of drink or treat or something should they bring you?
Not the Tiktaalik beer. Don't bring me Tiktaalik IPA, please. No, I don't know. Dr. Pepper's pretty good.
Dr. Pepper?
Yeah, you could do that non-alcoholic stuff. I don't know if I could be on duty. But,
Probably not. No.
Probably
shouldn't.
I'm gonna go out
Not
on
working
a
on a
limb.
holotype specimen, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, like, working in the public lab with a beer, I probably would get in trouble. So don't get me in trouble.
Yeah, maybe that and I don't know, bag of sun chips. But
Sun
there,
chips. What flavor?
Oh, nice. I like the
garden salsa.
Those aren't too loud for the lab? You know, the bag is really crinkly?
Yeah, no.
Well, if you're there by yourself.
Yeah, no. Just me and Dan.
Nice.
I'll be there on at least till the end of the summer on Wednesdays, and then hopefully weekends I could reschedule because of class starting up. Because I got Fridays and Mondays off.
Nice.
So.
And there's a Dr. Pepper with coconut now, says Claire Burr.
No, if
right.
you
Did you
could
try
find, I did not. I gotta try it. I know the cream soda Dr. Pepper is pretty good. But if you find the Jurassic World Dominion Dr. Peppers,
There you go.
there you go. That's it.
Oh, and Ken is in chat now. Hey, Ken, how
What's
you
up,
doing?
Ken?
Welcome. Yeah, I guess your car is gone, so I guess you already took
Is
off.
Ken back at the camp?
He's probably driving right now or
okay.
something. Don't tell anybody. But yeah.
Hope he fixes his windshield soon.
Yeah. Oh, was it cracked?
Really badly.
Oh.
But, he said, what's gonna go first, the windshield or the car?
Yeah,
So
there you
he's
go,
just,
yeah. Yeah. No, I took like a couple years to fix a windshield once just because I kept going back out to the field and I'm like, it's just going to get cracked again.
Yep.
Like, I have this irrational fear that a crack in a windshield is gonna, like, eventually the glass is just gonna succumb.
The airlock is going to blow out.
Right, and it's just gonna, like, stab me in the guts, I mean, is that possible?
It
It's
kind of
supposed
shatters
to be
like plastic.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
it's what's that kind of glass, chat, where it shatters, but it's got like an adhesive film over it, so it won't go and pierce your eyeballs like in the
Does
movies.
this start with a P?
I don't know.
Plexiglass?
It's not tempered glass,
Is it
is
Is
it?
it just shatterproof glass, maybe?
I don't know.
Okay.
Plexiglass. I'm
Oh,
calling it.
tempered, someone's
Or
saying.
tempered.
Okay.
Tempered glass. Okay, I had it right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for. I've learned a couple of things so far already. So. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to trade dinosaur knowledge for life skills.
How do I make food?
Right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you everything I know about ornithomimus.
Right. Tell you everything I know about Alberta mimus.
Shh, not published yet.
Right.
Not discovered yet either.
We're gonna make that happen. We're gonna go out to Alberta.
Oh yeah.
Purposely find a new.
Alberta mimus.
Yeah.
Safety glass. Thank you, Paleo Jim. How you doing, Jim?
All right, Jim.
Good to see you.
Yeah, Jim.
Yeah. Oh, what did we want to ask Jim? I forget.
Was it that book? Or no?
Was it about the Cetacosaur, the butt fuzz, as he calls it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does Jim think about quilled Cetacosaurs?
Yeah. There was something else too, though, that you were talking about, Jim. I don't remember what it was. Yeah. And Tomik says, "Is there only the skull? This is not the skull. Well, this is part of the skull actually, but this is under a protective plaster and burlap jacket. So we made this yesterday. The day before yesterday, shoot, if you were here, you could have seen it in all its glory. The bone right there on the surface. But we put this protective jacket around it to keep it nice and safe as we're excavating, and then afterward, as we bring it back to the laboratory. This is how we keep it from crumbling. So right now we're trenching around this. So eventually we can flip it over. After we have it undermined enough, we can flip it, carve it down from the other side, and then put the other side of the jacket on. So that we get this thing nice and safe and sturdy and secure so it doesn't fall apart. It's particularly important for this bone here because it's very, very, scientifically informative. So maybe the most important bone we've gotten so far this summer. Yeah. And do we have a picture from 2 days ago? Kwasil, you could look in the VOD. You could look in the video on demand from a couple days ago. Yeah, our previous stream, the one before this one. Yeah.
This stuff is a pain when you're down at the bottom.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
hard to
for
break.
sure.
Like I'm thinking of just letting it oven bake in the sun tomorrow,
Yeah.
so that it could be a little crusty.
Not the TikTok beer.
That was a good answer.
Yeah.
Stay away from that.
Uh,
You'll turn into them. You'll start growing gills with your lungs.
revert to Fisher-Pod.
Like reverse evolution.
Yeah.
Like the conquest of the water.
Yeah. You'll be lurking for muddy water.
Maybe that's what happened with cetaceans. They drank the same
Drank
beer.
the TikTok beer, yeah.
Yeah, that's single-handedly the worst thing I'd ever put in my mouth. I'm sorry, I just...
Did you tell Glenn this when he was here?
No, because Glenn was like, I really like this.
Well,
It was really good.
well,
I took pride in...
Well, because Glenn was partly responsible for its creation, I think.
Yeah, and I just kind of didn't say anything.
Okay.
Probably was.
I was like, good job. I'm glad. And
Good job,
hopefully-
buddy. I love that for you.
Yeah. Like, hopefully next time, maybe, like, I don't know, a sauropod mud water would be good. From the footprint.
from the Cleveland Lloyd Quarry. All those guys died in there.
Was it Galliomopa, right?
Gallimiopus?
Yeah, Gallimiopus.
Yeah.
Foot water. Yeah, I didn't have the heart to tell him. I just kind of was quiet and nodded my head. So I'm sorry if he's watching this.
Yeah.
I'm just maybe chalk it up that it was just a bad one that I got, but like bottom of the barrel. But
In the silty layer at the bottom.
the silty layer with all the fish poop gathered, and Tiktaalik poop.
Yuck.
Yeah, I think I just have PTSD with IPAs now.
Oh, Jim, apparently, we've got rumors that there's a second Psittacosaurus with the butt fuzz.
Oh, okay.
So it might be legit.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad if that's the case, because I would have to give my the Psittacosaurus model at our museum a trim if it's not legit.
You got a fleshed out one there?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
The fossil even has the quills on it, correct?
It does, but
Yeah.
the question is, like, are they
Yeah.
actually part of the animal or
Right, or is it?
Yeah.
plant material or something like that?
That was crazy. Oh, how come you guys at the museum would have fully reconstructed dinosaurs just in that one small area?
It's because A, we don't have any original material from northeastern China, which makes sense because it's very hard to get, and and now I don't even think it's legal to have anything. But
Excuse me.
Sorry.
it's also because the fossils are mostly flattened, so you can't really mount them in 3 dimensions. So that was the point of having life models there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the Protoceratops, is he ever one, or is it that's the 3D model one? I can't remember.
Psittacosaurus has a 3D model,
Yep.
but there's a cast of the quilled Psittacosaurus there, and then but that's 2D.
The Protoceratops.
Yeah,
is,
Protoceratops is a 3D mount because that's from Mongolia.
Which would be really cool to have a velociraptor.
I know. I agree.
That'd be... At least that's what Dan told me.
Yeah.
I was like, we need a velociraptor and a ankylosaur
He does love his Ankylosaurus.
and maybe my Morapelta. We need a...
Actually, that's the one I want to. So the one place where, the one place where an Ankylosaur would both fit physically within the exhibition and thematically is Rob Gaston sells a cast of a Morapelta.
Yeah.
And that's the one that I've always wanted to get.
Nice. Where would he fit?
Do you know where it's a platform that would be like under the Apatosaurus's tail?
Yeah.
like in the far corner of the Jurassic atrium.
Is that
There's-
near the
There's a
footprint?
yes, and there's also a big fossil log on the
Yeah.
platform in yes, so that one.
Okay, I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find Jim's response in here. It got kind of lost. But we had another question in the meantime, like, how do you stick those massive bones together in order to make like a mounted skeleton in a museum?
There's a very small number of people really who know how to do this. So the first step is fossil preparation, and there is a significant number of people that know how to do that. That's cleaning the rock off the bones. But in terms of like the metal working that it takes to to mount a skeleton in a good and accurate and safe way, I mean, there's really only not very many people in the world know how to do that. You have to be kind of a skilled metal worker, an artist. You also have to know something about the science, or ideally a lot about the science. Right now, in the U.S., in North America, there's two main.
RCI.
I was going to say there's two main firms that do that. One of them is Research Casting International in Canada, and the other one is Treebold Paleontology in Colorado. And then there used to be at our museum. We had Phil Fraley Productions, which was based in New Jersey, and then later in Pittsburgh. Do our mounts for ours, but Phil Fraley is retired now, so the company doesn't exist anymore.
So yeah, it's a difficult thing to do, and it's a really rare skill.
Yep.
When Yale just had their stuff redone, they went up to RCI, Research Casting International, which is outside of Toronto, I think.
It's pretty far from Toronto, actually. It's in Trenton, Ontario, which is
that's right,
on the north shore of Lake Ontario. I would say probably 2 hours east of Toronto, something like that.
Shoot.
It's pretty far, I think.
What's the museum that has the Titanosaurus going through different?
That's AMH
AMH?
in New York, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how long it took for that guy to be built.
So that one is
that's a cast.
It's a cast, and
obviously.
part of it's like 3D printed.
Yes,
or...
that's correct. Yep. Yeah, and that was
Or
done
rapid
by
prototype?
That was done by RCI.
Oh, they did that too.
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, they also did the Wonkel Rex,
Oh yeah, right. Yep.
our Museum of the Rockies T-Rex that got shipped out to Washington D.C.
And that's the one that there's a cast of that specimen in the Pittsburgh airport.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Oh, so it is that one. I
It's
took a picture
it's
of
the
it before I
quote-unquote
left there.
nation's T-Rex, the
Yeah.
Wonko Rex. Yeah.
MOR 555.
And incidentally, I recently saw that the Field Museum was promoting Sue as the world's T-Rex.
Oh no.
Which I love, and then so we have at the Carnegie Museum we have the holotype, so we have the name-bearing specimen of Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is not of the same completeness as either the nation's T-Rex or Sue. But I told my director that I was going to start promoting that as the multiverse's T-Rex.
Just gonna skip universe and just go straight for
going right to the
big
top.
enchilada.
Exactly. Like I wanted something that couldn't be one-upped.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully there's not anything more than the multiverse.
Omniverse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
This rock is a pain in the ass down here.
It's just-
Literally,
Yeah. Yeah.
depending on how you sit.
I don't know if I showed you this, but I had to get a picture of.
Oh, you've got a whole skeleton. Oh,
Yeah,
no, that's the holotype.
Yeah, that's the one at
Oh,
the
that's the-
airport. That's the world's or America's
Is this-
T-Rex.
Is this the all you were using or me?
I put it away.
It was me.
Yeah, that's yours. I put mine away.
Oh, that looks like her.
Thanks.
That's the Wonko Rex, yeah.
Mhm.
So I've got that's a dinosaur that's very near and dear to my heart. Because when I started working at the museum in Berkeley when I was in high school, they've got a mounted cast of the Wonko Rex there. And then, so I kind of like grew up with her. And then when I went to Montana, to go to school afterward, they've got a bronze Wonko Rex right outside of Museum of the Rockies.
Yep.
And then they've got they used to have the real thing in the museum there on display.
I like how it's the AMNH's Rex, but in the pedestal it's Carnegie Museum of Natural History.
Oh no, that's not AMH. That's from Museum of the Rockies.
Museum of the Rockies.
Or
my
originally,
bad.
now it's
Originally.
in DC. Now it's at the
Okay.
Smithsonian.
Yeah.
So there was this whole huge ceremony that we had there in 2014 before they shipped it in this like specially painted FedEx truck all the way to Washington DC. But then they shipped it from there up to
RCI.
in Trenton, Ontario. You said.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So. Yeah, there's actually a lovely like Washington Post video about this.
Oh,
really,
okay.
really well produced. that kind of goes over the whole story and the initial discovery too. So Kathy Wonkel, who is a rancher out there in eastern Montana, she was the one who found it and brought it to Museum of the Rock. And she brought some of the arm bones, and which is not really what you're supposed to do. Ideally, anybody in chat, if you ever find what you think is a dinosaur, leave it in the ground, take a bunch of pictures, and a GPS locality, and
ideally pictures with scale.
Yes, yeah. So stick a banana next to it or whatever you've got.
Right. Or a coin.
A Chuck E. Cheese token.
Even your finger. Yeah.
Chuck E. Cheese token.
Yeah, and then email that to
your local paleontologist.
Exactly. Yeah. Your friendly neighborhood paleontologist.
Or us.
Well, I would say actually I'm going to nip that in the bud because I already get lots of emails from people in the Pittsburgh area that think that they found dinosaurs, and sadly the rocks in the Pittsburgh area are too old to contain dinosaurs. So
you've got to break a lot of people's hearts.
I do. I would say it's my least favorite part of my job is I have to be a buzzkill a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
You should hire an assistant to do that. Just like some really mean person,
like a Nick.
Me?
Yep, me. I told you were going to become Anakin.
Yeah.
I guess I am mean. My brother told me if I was on any reality TV show, I'd make everybody go home and cry.
Wow.
Well, thanks, Shane.
Oh, we've got a question for Matt.
Okay.
Do you know which specimen the T-Rex in the Academy of Natural Sciences in Philly is based on?
Oh, that's a good question. It is a cast.
I've never been there.
It's a cast, and it's been there for a long time, so it's probably... The skull is in 3D, or is free of matrix, but... I mean, my best guess would be the specimen AMNH 5027, but I don't know for sure. And AMNH 5027 is one of the ones, it's the best one that Barnum Brown found. It's the one he found in Montana in 1908.
That's the one in the Jurassic Park logo. That's 5027.
Right. I'm not sure, though, so don't quote me on it. It is a cast, I know that much.
It's not going to be Stan.
No, it's been there too long.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, unless they replaced it since I left, but...
Well, Stan, you'd also be able to tell because the teeth are hanging out all doofy.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah,
I didn't even notice about it. Yeah, I never thought about that. Yeah, it makes it look like it has really big teeth.
I think that's probably why they did it.
Yeah.
It looks scarier.
Big teeth.
Yeah, it's like some of the root is exposed, right?
Yeah, a lot of it. It's like the teeth are like several inches too long.
Is that just the way it was found? Or
no, because I think it was disarticulated.
Okay.
The skull elements of Stan were disarticulated.
Yeah, that's why they're so beautifully preserved.
Yeah. Yep.
So I think all the teeth might be out of their alveoli, which when you're making a cast of it, like just.
Yeah, you can correct for that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Stan didn't walk around with buck teeth.
No.
It's not like Tiktaalik.
That's the reason why he got bullied. He had to leave.
Poor Tiktaalik.
Into the water, I hate this place.
Tiktaalik is really somewhere like the ghost of Tiktaalik is really mad.
I'm out of here. Yeah, anything amphibious related and as an IPA form, I'm gonna stay far away from. No Acanthostega, no Ichthyostega.
No hippopotamus?
No, not even hippopotamus.
Hippopotamus stout?
One of the trippiest things to me about some of those early tetrapods is the, like Acanthostega, I think, has
fingers?
8 fingers.
Yeah.
That's creepy.
He has 8 fingers?
I think so, yeah.
Wow, why?
Because they're not very far
ray.
away from transformed fin rays. Yeah.
So, that's why we have 5 digits today, is because somewhere along the line, they just kind of stopped reducing their number of digits, and that's why we've got 5.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Pour one out for Acanthostega.
Yeah, Steve Gould has got an essay about that called 8 Little Piggies.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
That might be the title of one of his books, too, where it's an accumulation of his...
collection of essays.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Accumulation of essays.
Oh, did I say accumulation?
No, I said accumulation. Okay. You said collection. You had the right term. Accumulation. They just kind of accreted there,
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a PBS Eons episode about fingers. Thank you, Claire Byrne. That's got to be cool. They do really good work.
Yeah, Eons is a really, really great show for people that want to learn more about paleontology.
Yeah,
PBS Eons on YouTube.
Yeah, we end up watching a lot of those on my channel when I'm back in the office. Somebody will have a question about something like this, and it's like, oh, let's see their take on it. And I end up pausing every 15 seconds and going on long tirades and stuff, but it's usually fun. You got to do that on Twitch. If you just sit there and watch a video, it's very not okay.
I watched Morbius on Twitch. Does that count?
How many times did they replay the part where he goes, "It's Morbin time"?
At least 8. No, there's one funny part is, I don't know if anybody's seen this, but when they were kids, I guess, Morbius and his friend.
Is his name Morbius?
Michael Morbius, yeah.
What is this from? God, it sounds familiar. Is it a Spider-Man villain or something?
He was a pretty cool Spider-Man villain. And
he was?
The movie ruined it.
I thought he was like a vampire or something.
He's a vampire. He's a Spider-Man villain.
Oh.
So not mutually exclusive, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, you have a Spider-Man. Okay, you have a Bat villain.
Sure.
Anyways, there's a part where they're I guess they're, I can't remember. It was in their room or like some sort of medical area, and the kid, said like we're gonna make it out just like the Spartans, and said something really cringy along that lines, and then the kid just. The guy who was watching it, streaming it, said like this. He goes, "I'm gonna die from cringe here," and then the kid just collapses over in the movie.
So perfect timing.
So he thought that he just dies from cringe, and like the squeal that the commentator let out it was just too perfect. Also feeling a little bit of rain. But yeah, maybe we'll name this one Morbin Ceratops. I'm sorry, I'll never. Matt will have to step in to save the world again.
And we had a discussion about rejected names for different taxa. Yeah, I'm getting some raindrops here. We'll see how heavy this gets.
Mighty Morbin Ceratops.
Hopefully I won't have to put away the camera.
Adam Driver. Just have it.
Just the dinosaur's name is Adam Driver.
Is Adam Driver.
Genus and species.
Yeah, no, just the genus is Adam Driver, and then the species
65ensis.
65ensis.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I haven't told you about this, Matt, but when that came out and I saw that movie 65, I'm like, I need to do this. So I made a parody trailer where it's the same thing, except 65 million years ago. I have it at the beginning.
Right, and it's like dawn horses and stuff like that.
Did you see it?
No, I don't think so, but I feel like I heard about it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I made that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was little like Leptictidium style guys.
Exactly.
It was like a bunch of elephant trees.
Yeah, I think I heard about it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
shoot.
Yeah.
I guess that got around.
I have not seen it, so.
No, I'll show you later. Yeah, I think you'll like it a lot. Yeah.
One fun thing, like viral thing that happened at my museum is, has anybody in the chat ever heard of the meme Daedon at the door?
With the ring doorbell?
Yeah, so that's
you guys?
A model from no, we didn't do it. So how it was our fossil preparator Joe Sawchak and I. Well, long ago, me and the exhibits head, Matt Phillips, or one of the exhibits developers, found this model in the big bone room, in our fossil collection room, of this creepy, it's supposed to be of Dinohyus or Daedon, this big entelodont, aka Terminator pig. They're not pigs, they're not Terminators, but they're Terminator pigs, apparently. These are artiodactyls, so even-toed hoof mammals. I think related to
pigs, I think.
I think they're related. I want to say, I'm not totally sure.
Like a stem group or something?
Maybe, yeah. Anyway, so they found this model in the basement of this creepy Dinohyus / Daedon. And we were so freaked out by it that we did a blog post about it. So Joe wrote it and I had to kind of edit it. And we put it online. And the first picture that you see is a head-on view of the creature. And we talk about how creepy it is and kind of go into more of the history. And then, so I want to say it was like 2022, it was sometime during the pandemic in the summer, or maybe early fall, there was like a viral thing that was going around of like a giant spider on somebody's ring doorbell cam, and some genius took took that, got this rid of the spider, and then put the Dino-Hyas picture that we had taken onto that, and that became Daedon at the door. So I very occasionally I will get asked to not show off the T-Rex holotype or the holotype of Diplodocus carnegii. I'll get asked to show off the Dino-Hyas that inspired the Daedon at the door. We call it the Hyas. It's terrifying. It's just,
Can we get a link for that in chat?
It's even
Somebody
more
find that?
scary in person.
Yeah.
Where's the highest?
If you Google Daedon at the door, you'll find its page on Know Your Meme. Yeah, but
Really?
it's exactly as you described.
Wow.
It's that with the ring cam.
That's Daedon. Daeodon?
Yes, Daeodon.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, good stuff.
Yeah, and I remember when that came out, Joe, who loves the Hyas even more than I do, texted me and just said, "Matt, we've done it." And I'm like, "Well, what have we done, Joe?" And he goes, "We've released the Hyas into the wild."
Where's he at now?
He's still in the basement.
Still in the basement?
Yeah, There's a sign. Well, no, Joe made a video that for Halloween one year, like on this museum's TikTok or whatever, that if you stare too long in its eyes, it'll steal your soul.
Oh, we've got a YouTube video there apparently.
Oh, from Joe. It's probably Joe. Yeah,
Let's
it's probably
see.
Joe did at least 2 of these.
Oh, we got ads.
I love ads. I can watch ads all day.
Oh, whoa.
No, that's
He's singing in Korean or something?
wow.
That's really unsettling.
No, that's not one of ours, and I've actually never seen that. Whoever said that, yeah. I need to show. I actually saved that. I need to show that to Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be amused and horrified, just like I just was.
It's from a game called Yakuza the Dragon.
Oh, that's from Yakuza, really?
Yeah, it's from. Isn't that just about the Japanese mob dance-off? Is that?
Yeah, those are great games.
Yeah,
I've
that's
never
what that-
played them, but
That's what that's from.
I've seen people play them, and they look really. They're like don't take themselves seriously. It's just really funny and charming.
There's a whole disco scene.
That's what comes up when we Google Daedon at the door. That's great,
Okay,
Claire.
nice.
Yeah.
Just serrating to you. Serenading.
God, that's horrible.
You know, like some people are there with the boombox. You know, it's just David on your ring camera singing.
Singing into the camera. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I want. Where can I find?
You want to find?
Where can I find a Dino-Hyas?
I think we have a mold for it, so I could actually make
Oh, really?
more of them. Yeah.
Wow.
What I've actually thought about doing
Franchise them out.
What I've actually thought about, and not joking, what I've thought about doing is 3D scanning them and then selling little 3D prints of them.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be cheaper to like mold and cast. Just get like a local plastics
Well, that's-
manufacturer to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt, don't make me into a marketable 3D plushie. Don't do it.
Yeah, the Hyas's voice it's similar. I don't even know what it's similar to, but it has a voice. It's like, "Hi, Joe." Been out in the sun too long.
Yeah, sunstroke.
Yeah.
I'm getting bored of chipping very gradually.
I know,
like the
it's-
rock. Yeah, it's
I
pretty.
feel like I'm getting
pretty
nowhere.
excruciating.
Yeah. These dinosaurs don't come out easily.
Maybe it's sardine time. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
I think it might be. Yeah. Too
You
bad.
didn't eat all the sardines yet?
I didn't.
Wow.
Too bad it's not smell-o-vision.
Oh, goodness.
Someone got to do a Rickroll with the Daedon up there. I got to see that.
Yeah.
Like have him sing.
Sing "Never Gonna Give You."
Please do that.
I'm sure AI could do that now.
Oh, absolutely. That's how they did the.
Yeah.
Or no, they did some sort of programming with that, but. The programming.
Well, there's a question, though. Has a dinosaur that you've discovered or described or excavated, has it ever been made into like a plastic model? And I know for a
yes,
fact,
actually,
yes.
yes.
A huge one.
Yeah, actually, I wasn't the first one I thought of, but yeah,
Is that the good noise?
Yeah, so there's a
Get some water.
Dreadnoughtus, this big titanosaur. I'm only second author on the paper, but that was that appeared in Jurassic World Dominion. So they made a oh cool, a little lizard just ran up the rock.
Oh, nice.
More minions.
Now we're gonna hire the lizards.
Yeah, the squirrel thing isn't working out as well as we wanted. So yeah, so this dinosaur, this big titanosaur we found in Patagonia called Dreadnoughtus, is in Jurassic World Dominion, and that got turned into a like a 3-foot long toy that you could get at Target.
It's like 4.5 feet long. I think it's huge.
Yeah, you're right.
It's really
big.
big.
It's like this. Yeah,
I got the
right.
Brachiosaur from the same series.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. No, I confess I bought one. I also.
There's a video on YouTube with Ken Lacavero discussing it.
Yeah. And the dinosaur Anzu Wiley-Eye, the quote-unquote chicken from hell that me and 3 friends named, is also a toy made by Safari, the company Safari.
Yeah.
I want to say that maybe like Schleich or what are some of the other ones? Collecta. I think Collecta made a Paralititan, I think.
Eofauna? Yeah?
Yeah,
Paralititan?
I think so. Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah. We won't. I won't make it for real until PNSO does one because those are incredible.
There's another company called Eofauna.
Oh, okay.
That does really, really excellent models, and they did one of the Yoshi's Triceratops
that's
specimen.
Cool. Nice.
So that's one that I helped excavate.
Oh, that's awesome.
And, it's got the super, super long brow horns.
Okay.
They just look ridiculous.
Huh.
It's it's really well done. Although unfortunately they did follow the mounted skeleton at Museum of the Rockies, which is incorrect. The back is arched like it's an angry cat.
Oh.
It's like, and the ribs are all like wonky. But I don't know. Using that as a model, they did as good a job as they could have, I suppose.
I was for a long time. I don't know if chat can see me, but for a long time, for 10 years, I was the science advisor for the Carnegie Collection toys. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What were some of your greatest hits from that? And here, I'll move the camera a little bit.
I mean, well, no. I mean, I can.
I think it's also a little bit too. I think it's picking up too much of the rock down there.
Okay.
So I'll just tilt it up a little bit. But yeah, Carnegie Collection is gold standard. There we go. That should be a little bit better, chat. I hope. Yeah. What's the flavor of those sardines?
This is just au natural.
Oh.
In water. They taste like tuna.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, Bilbus Dreadnoughtus is in Prehistoric Planet as well. We were just talking about that earlier. I actually really like the Dreadnoughtus in Prehistoric Planet because I can show that clip when I'm talking about pneumaticity and sauropods, and it's like, yeah, it just lends itself really well to that kind of a discussion. But I can understand like having a really outlandish, speculative soft tissue structure like that on a dinosaur you worked on or dug up. Like,
yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I remember like hearing that Dreadnoughtus was going to be in it, and then seeing previews that showed a Titanosaur with these neck sacks, and I was like, I really hope it's not that one.
We're getting some raindrops. It does look like that cloud could dump on us. We shall see. Stay tuned, chat, and get ready to run if we need to
Well,
tarp over
you
the
guys
site.
can do whatever you want. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Ava Little says, I want to know about the toys he got for the gift shop. No, not just toys he got for the gift shop. He consulted on the Carnegie collection.
Yeah, sorry, I'm eating my sardines.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Talking and eating at the same time is probably not a great idea for me. I can't even, I can't walk and chew gum. I can't,
I'll give you a chance to eat.
Okay.
I've had Carnegie collection dinosaurs since I was a little kid, and they've always been among my very favorites. I really liked the Elasmosaurus in particular when I was a little kid. I think I still have that one to this day. But I really liked that the Carnegie collection had a lot of feathered dinosaurs before just about any other manufacturer did. I thought that was really cool. That was you? Yeah, I remember I had the Eutyrannus. I had the...
Oh, no, we did a D-Long. We didn't do a Eutyrannus.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm getting that mixed up with the Albertosaurus, which was not feathered.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I got that at the same time. I got a bunch of them in like a big batch. I think I got birthday money one year.
There was
There's Albertosaurus. There was Dilong. There was
Is there a baryonyx?
There is a Carnegie Collection baryonyx
Yeah.
that I am not responsible
yeah.
for.
The other feathered ones were. Don't tell me.
Okay. I remember.
There was a Caudipteryx, which I didn't have.
Mhm.
There was an Oviraptor, or
Mhm.
maybe City Patty nowadays, I guess, with the nest.
I think it originally did come with a nest. We
Yeah.
did it without one. The version that I did had
Oh,
without,
okay.
but
Yeah, and then there was there was a big Oviraptor too, like a blue painted crest. I think I had that one as well.
Okay. Yeah.
And I had Deltadromius. I guess I only had a couple of the feathered ones,
Okay.
but I got the Deltadromius too,
Okay.
which was really small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, why they picked Deltadromius, I have no idea because,
Yeah.
I mean, nowadays, probably if we had a chance to do the Deltadromius, we would do it very differently.
Yeah, yeah.
But I didn't do that one.
Gotcha.
That wasn't. Hang on, let me put some dust in this and then I'll finish the story.
And Sato Blue, welcome from the Twitch home screen. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're digging up a dinosaur here. That wind's a little foreboding.
Yeah. Wind is picking up for sure. Yeah, so I was hired by the Carnegie Museum in 2004, so I took over the science advising for the Carnegie Collection in 2005, and I think we ended up doing probably, I want to say about maybe a dozen toys during that time. And yeah, so the 4 feathered dinosaurs we did, that was the first batch of anything that I was part of.
Nice.
I had to edit the info for the first generation Oviraptor, which was blue. That might be the one you're thinking of.
Yeah.
And then
it had feathers.
It did have feathers. It was
Yeah.
blue, had
really
feathers.
slim from side to side.
It
really
is.
lanky.
Yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then we had an Ankylosaurus that came out that same year.
The green one.
It was green, exactly.
I got that at the Smithsonian when
Oh,
I
no
was
way.
in like middle school or
Nice,
something.
nice.
And I'm like, this is the best Ankylosaurus I have ever seen. It
Well,
actually
so
looks
I
like
can't.
Ankylosaurus.
I can't take any credit for that one. That was Hans Seuss.
Oh,
who
nice.
Designed that one, but
Yeah.
yeah. So I took over the next year. So I helped. I designed. Well, didn't design. I scientifically advised on. Beginning with the 4 feathered dinosaurs that were released, I think in 2005 or 2006, and that was you already said D-Long.
Uh-huh.
We had a Caudipteryx, as you said, and then the other 2 were Bapiosaurus.
Yes. Yeah.
and
it kind of stands on its tail.
It does. Well, yeah, and there's.
Oh,
it-
yeah,
it's
yeah,
a-
with the
no, the
knuckle
tail's
like
up, and it's like
Yeah,
you got
that's
the
it.
knuckle down to make it a tripod.
That one is so cool.
Yeah,
I
and
might
then-
still have that.
And then a Microraptor as well.
Yeah.
And then I don't remember the order in which we did them, but we did things like a Margosaurus, Miragaia, the long-necked Stegosaur,
Yeah.
Cryolophosaurus, Concavenator, a reissue of T-Rex, a reissue of Brachiosaurus, a reissue of Spinosaurus, which now would look very different. The first Spinosaurus looked like an Allosaurus with a sail.
I remember
was
that one,
Not
yeah.
responsible for that one.
It was yellow and brown.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then the second one looked like what we all thought Spinosaurus looked like until Nizar Ibrahim came along and proved that it had really short legs. I'm trying to think of any. Oh, we did a couple marine reptiles. We did an Ichthyosaurus eating an ammonite and a Mosasaurus. So really, I like those 2. I think those are 2 of my favorites.
The Ammonite and Ichthyosaur one, that is their official Ichthyosaur depiction at Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park.
Oh, no way.
So
That's
like
cool.
the paleontologist on staff there,
Wow.
or what's his name? He was really, really cool. We did a stream with him last summer.
Okay.
But that is the one that he shows
gets
everybody.
out
This
and-
is what this animal would look
Nice.
like.
Okay.
So,
It's supposed to be Ichthyosaurus communis, so it's not a big Shastasaurid like
Yeah.
Shonosaurus. But
If I had more time this summer before coming out here, if I didn't have so many other things going on, I was going to sculpt and 3D print him a Shonosaurus.
Oh, nice.
To be able to use as a model there.
Nice. Yeah,
But,
they are. Yeah, those giant Shastasaurids are the coolest.
They're really
like
neat.
whale-sized Ichthyosaurus. Yeah.
So what does that entail when you're actually like helping consult on that?
Yeah,
What does that
so-
process look like?
So we had the Carnegie Collection. The entire run of them was done by one artist. Her name was Forrest Rogers, and she's really, really great to work with. So yeah, the question came in a long time ago, like what paleo artists I've worked with, and I forgot the sculptors. So I've worked with Gary Staub and I've worked with Forrest Rogers.
Nice. Do they sculpt actual like physical maquettes, or is it digital?
Yeah. So Forrest still does things the old school way. She has like Super Sculpey or something like that, and she would sculpt a colorless version. And Forrest got so good at this by the end that she would get it, I would say about probably 95% right on the first try.
Wow.
Yeah. And so then typically when we decided which one we were going to do, because I know something about, some dinosaurs, but I'm not like the expert in a lot of them. I would often like call up my friends and be like, hey, would you be willing to, help me with, with advising this? And oftentimes people just do it for free because they thought it was pretty cool. So, for instance, my friend Sarah Birch helped me with Carnotaurus because she's like an expert on abelosaurid forelimbs, these tiny little stumpy forelimbs that they had. I had Mike Taylor help with a Brachiosaurus. I had Nate Smith help with Cryolophosaurus. I can't remember. John Whitlock and I did an Apatosaurus together that was never released, sadly. And that's a long story. So basically Forrest would send me photos of the models. I would say, I think this should look more like this, and I'd try to send her visual references that would show her what I was talking about. And we'd go back and forth until we got it right. I forgot Thomas Carr consulted on our T-Rex reissue. That was hard because he, you talk about all these like subtleties of musculature and things like that, and I'd have to I felt like I was in school, learning where does the pterygoideus attach, things like that. So, so that was how we did it, and it just would go back and forth until I thought it looked ready. Forrest was like massively into like perfection, basically, in a really good way, and so she would always send them to me for like she called it an in-person checkup before they went off to be molded. And then they'd be molded by this guy. His name was Mike. I can't remember his last name. He owned a company called Replicast in Rhode Island, and they would make really high quality molds and casts of the original, and then that would usually there'd be a couple of those made, and they would be used by Forrest as like color tests. So she would like basically paint them and send me photos of that, and if I liked it, she'd send them to me again for another in-person checkup. If I didn't, then I'd be like, I think it should look more like this, maybe adds a splash of color on the end of the tail, or on the head crest, or whatever it might be. When they were finally done, we would send them to the toy company Safari that was, marketing and producing and marketing them, and that's how they would appear.
That's really cool. Really cool.
Yeah, I will say that it was sometimes disappointing because sometimes to get the
molds to work properly?
Right, they would have to kind of dumb down the detail that we put on them. So I actually have like the prototypes for a lot of them still, and it's pretty crazy to take like the market Spinosaurus and put it up next to the prototype because a lot of detail got lost.
Yeah. I do the same thing with 3D printing because I do a lot of digital sculpting and then 3D printing of models, and there's certain things that you've got to fudge just to get it to come out properly in the print. Yeah, and we would sometimes, oftentimes, I think, generally people really liked that series, but we sometimes would get a little bit of flack because a lot of the theropods, the predatory dinosaurs, we would put the tail tip touching the ground, and there was a reason for this. You have to, Yeah, there's a reason for this, and this is something I always wanted to explain to people, so maybe here's my chance. When they do when the company Safari would do the mold and then mass produce these things, if the balance wasn't absolutely right, the thing would fall over. And so we saw this with the, even ones that we had the tail like sort of almost touching, sometimes they wouldn't come quite right out of the mold and they'd fall over. And so we talked about a bunch of different solutions for that, but we never got to implement them. I wanted to have a detachable base that they would go on. The Safari was always like, the kids like to play with them. I'm like, well, yeah, but they got to stand up. The other thing the Safari always wanted me to do was make the feet bigger. And I'm like, I am not compromising anatomical accuracy. I'm sorry. Like, my goal in that series was I want every kid to have the chance at least to buy something resembling an anatomically, scientifically, morphologically accurate dinosaur for, ideally something like $10, or less, ideally. So, that's the cool thing about the PNSO ones. They're incredible, but they're also super expensive. And so that was what I was trying to make the Carnegie collection
like scientifically accurate and yet affordable to most everybody. So
You did a wonderful job of that.
Thanks.
Honestly.
Yeah.
And
it was sad to see it come to an end, and I won't get into why. But just say that the museum and the toy company had kind of a parting of the ways. But, yeah.
But I mean, for like a whole generation of kids, that was their first introduction to some of these different dinosaur taxa.
Yeah,
and that's really special. Like there are kids for whom their favorite dinosaur is because they had that particular model.
Nice.
And that's
we tried to make some put some of the obscure ones out there too, like or newly discovered ones like Concavenator, exactly, Miragaia.
And by the way, Miragaia, you've got an excellent model of that. There are cheapo versions of that are like directly. I have one at home.
I've seen them. I have one in my office.
Yeah,
they're direct ripoffs. Yeah.
And it's like that's kind of wonderful because that means that I love this idea of dinosaurs being kind of like in the public domain. Oh, you're taking off?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Is it too? What is it terrible over there?
The wind's not too bad.
Oh, he's got to go back home.
I forgot about that. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
'Cause we all...
We're on camera right now, but let me say goodbye. Good to meet you, Tren. Thank you for all your hard work and everything. Drive safe and
see you in a few days.
Hope to see you soon.
Are
Very
you
soon. Yeah.
You're coming back, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna
Yeah.
pick up Logan.
Good to see you, man.
Oh, nice. Good to have Logan here too.
Yep. Cool.
Find some more sites for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trent,
Yeah.
nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you too.
He's coming back. So.
And it wasn't nice to meet you.
I lied. Yeah.
I'll see you later. All right. So, is Ethan still coming out?
Yeah, he's going to pick us up around 6, he said.
Okay.
Which is, like half an hour, yeah.
Is it that late? Wow.
Yeah.
Man, you're going to make good progress.
Huh?
You don't even have a watch on.
I know. I don't know. I instinctively do it because I used to wear one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you looking at?
I can tell, but this hair means that. Yeah.
The sundial system.
Yeah.
Okay,
cool.
Hi, friendly. You look beat up.
I got the slab out in 2 pieces.
Nice.
Great.
Do you want some help carrying that?
Well, that's not what's here. This is all the counterparts that were above it.
Okay.
It's still over there in the tarp.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
That will need help tomorrow.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, are you guys heading back in the Forerunner right now?
Well, I don't know. Are you? You're not going back to camp, right?
I am.
You are. I think it will.
Yeah.
Back.
Yeah, go for it. Ethan should be picking us up around 6.
Okay.
So, or otherwise it's gonna be a really long stream. We'll see.
I might stick around. Can one of you guys run back over to Turtle Hill when he gets here?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I think I'll probably just pass off the one plant that I have on me.
Oh, you're going back to Turtle Hill too. All right.
I think they're both gonna go back to camp. I'm gonna stick around.
I think Tren and Mandy are going to camp, and Fisher's going back to Turtle Hill.
Nice. Return to Turtle Hill.
Turtle Hill strikes back.
I got it. I've got no problem.
Stick in the bag for her.
Yeah, I'd rather have it on the front. The back is heavy enough.
Yeah. All right.
Well, thanks for
See
all
you
your
later.
Thanks for all your
Yeah,
help,
drive safe, Tren.
Thank you.
We'll see you in a few days.
Yep.
Awesome. Looking
All
forward
right,
to
good luck.
it.
All right, have a nice vacation.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, enjoy that shower.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Tren, see you soon, man.
Yep.
It's been really good to meet you.
We might have one in a few minutes.
That laundromat bathroom, though.
Wasn't that nice?
That was luxury.
I was almost ready to just take a shower in there. If I had soap in the car.
Did they have a shower?
No, they had a sink.
See, the thing with me is if I go to town, I want the full experience. I can't just have a taste of civilization and then glance off. Like I need to shower and sleep in a real bed and get a cold beer and eat some pizza or something. I mean, I did most of those things last night actually. But,
Nice. Yeah.
Well,
I'm okay with a little bit of a tease.
Today's Monday, right?
Today is Monday. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
On Wednesday, I'm going into town.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to pick up Katie, one of my students.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Nice.
But this week and next week, right?
Yeah.
Then that's it.
Go to the spa, says Miss Yvette.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Maybe do a nice sweet foot massage.
Get some cucumbers over your eyes.
Yeah. Maybe some of the when they light the glass and do the cups on. It's like
What is that?
it's called cupping.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like a medicine thing, but it doesn't actually
So
efficacy
there's
is
is it acupuncture? Right, where they also put needles in you?
where they slap you with big dead fish.
Oh yeah, I don't know where you get that at. But
Dead Tiktaalics.
yeah, ooh, that's how they get the beer. They just wring them out. That's nasty.
I hope there's nobody from Cincinnati watching.
Yeah, it's just PSA.
I guess they probably won't know, like, because that was probably a special brew for SVP, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still have the can. It's a cool can, but
It is a cool can.
it just smells bad.
Ava Little says, does Matt not have a fancy tent with a huge bed?
You know, I do.
The museum
have,
doesn't send you out with
Yeah.
like a giant, yurt?
I will say, actually, Thomas has a sweet yurt. I will say my tent is pretty cushy. Like, you know, one of the good things about having a steady job instead of being a grad student is that I can actually afford good things now.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So yes, I mean that's not meant to be.
That's not a
I
slight.
was trying to be like.
Yeah, empathizing.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Thank you.
Yeah.
That word. Yeah. Yeah. So I do. My wife Mandy and I, who Mandy you might have caught a glimpse of a second ago, she was just here. We're in one tent together, very romantic, and we do have. I will say our tent is quite nice by the standards of tents that I'm used to, and we actually have these things called. This company XPET makes these really, really thick sleeping pads that you need to be car camping to use. You can't really use them backpacking. They're really big and pretty heavy for as camp mattresses go. But man, are they great compared to like a Thermarest or something that I usually have used. So yeah, they're so big they actually take up the whole floor of the tent, just those two sleeping pads. We have like a little room at our feet where we can put some luggage and things, but we have a lot of things in the car too. So yeah, no, I have it pretty good out here, to be honest. I just my thing is like baby wipe showers just don't compare to the real thing, I would say, and I'll just leave it at that, without getting, like grossing anybody out.
So what I like to do before I come out to the field is, like, if I'm lucky enough to have a hotel room before I get out here, I'll just take like a 9-hour shower, and I'll just like ruin the idea of showers for myself for like the next month. So I'll just be content not taking a shower for the whole time that I'm out here. Just resorting to baby wipes. You can get a lot done with baby wipes.
You can.
With wet wipes,
that
I
is
should say.
true. That is true. And you've been doing fieldwork pretty continuously for 10 years, so.
Longer, yeah.
Yeah. And I have to
13.
say, like, I used to get into the field a lot too, but a lot of my job now is kind of a desk job.
Yeah.
You know, like one thing that maybe is not as great about having a steady job at the museum is that the older I get, the more
you go soft.
The more, well, I was going to say the more administration I have to do. Fisher, are you waiting for something?
No, I'm just gonna head back over there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I want to be like, I didn't want to interrupt like the stream of conversation.
Oh no, it's. I mean, obviously I was
No
talking
worries.
about junk, but yeah.
Right, yeah. Just, if one of you could like hop over the hill. And
We'll
grab
shoot a
it.
flare up, so just watch for that.
You
Yeah.
can also text me, Danny, if you have service.
You have service over there?
Decent enough to like hear text.
Beautiful.
Okay.
All right, if I don't get a response, then I'll come over.
Okay, cool. See you soon. But yeah, so one thing that stinks about being more senior curator is that I have more responsibility in the museum, so I don't get into the field as much as I used to. And I think, to be honest, I've been knocking some rust off during this time.
Yeah.
Figuring out how to camp in Wyoming again, and
That's how I felt after COVID,
Yeah. So I'm definitely still doing that. Luckily, I had a short field season in Patagonia last year, so
Nice.
I'm not as rusty as I was for that. But
I don't know. I've done enough field work where I've there's a permanent amount of like feralness, I think, where even if I'm back in civilization, it's still like, let me go climb up on the roof and like get all the leaves out with
And
my fingers.
pound my
or-
chest.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, it just never quite leaves my system.
Run around the
It's
yard
chronic,
with
you know?
loin guard.
Yeah.
Nick, I didn't know you had almost the same gloves as me. That's cool. Did I tell you to get those, or did you just
No,
come up with that yourself?
I bought these myself back in, 2021?
Cool.
Nice.
So,
You got the murdered out version, like they'd say in the vehicle industry. Like when you get a car where it's like totally black and the windows are all blacked out and the headlights are all blacked out.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Or like a biker one,
There you go, yeah.
Which I
See you on the roads with
with a
big
Harley
ape hangers
Davidson?
like that.
Yeah, well, I do, because I sell my car and get a Harley. Because that thing's a piece of junk.
Oh, we're on to Nick's car again.
Oh,
This is a popular
I don't
conversation
think I
topic.
told you, but I got a text from my dad this morning saying the transmission broke.
No, you didn't tell
Oh
me that.
yeah, it did. He goes, yesterday he was like, I got your car back, and then today transmission broke again. Like,
Oh, no.
I was like, awesome.
Yeah, Nick's car has been a frequent topic of conversation about how bad it stinks.
Yeah, it's bad, and I don't know. I think the best part is the melting hubcaps. That's just
Jeez.
hilarious.
Yeah, that is.
I
Epic.
couldn't go over 15 miles an hour, and I was just burning the rubber at that point. Burning brake fluids and brakes and hubcaps, apparently. I'm not really good with technology.
Musa says, how old is he? He makes it sound like he's old, but he sounds so young. So Matt here is 29? And,
Yeah, I've been 29 for a really long time. That's very nice of you to say. I'm 48, so I'm pretty old.
I thought you were 47.
No, I'm 48.
Is your birthday like 2 days ago?
No.
I just misheard.
Yeah.
I'm not very good at math, as you can tell, Chet.
It's okay.
I'm young at heart, or as they said in one of my favorite movies, Stand By Me, you'll only be young once, but you'll be stupid for the rest of your life. And that definitely applies to me.
What's our goal here with this guy? Do you want to try to knock it off or just leave it? Because
Let's leave it for now.
Yeah,
I'm a little scared of that.
Yeah.
There's a big crack that goes like this.
Yeah, that might have been me trying to knock this off.
We might want to hit that with, like, maybe first thing in the morning we'll jacket that part or something.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds good. Yeah,
Maybe
'cause I don't
focus
want
on this right now,
Yep. That's what.
and let's try to get sort of an underhang going. I'm trying to go under here.
And I need to pick up the pace over here. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
This stuff's hard to get.
It's
through.
not
It
easy.
is, yeah.
I've worked some stuff in the Hell Creek where it's just a breeze to dig through, where you could undercut something like this in about a couple hours. It's like one person doing that.
Yeah, Dreadnoughtus was like
Yeah.
that. That was.
I'd suggest maybe hand tools for this, Nick, because you don't want to like put too many vibrations through this part and then cause
That
stuff to
sounds
fall.
good. That sounds good.
Yeah. I know we're all eager to like get this done ASAP, but we don't have the biggest time crunch here.
Yeah, and it's like,
Yeah.
honestly, if we only, as Ethan said the other day, if we only got this bone, then the season would be a success. This bone is very important.
Yeah.
So.
And if I break it, then my career's over.
I mean,
You've got a bright future ahead of you as a Chevy salesman, I'm sure.
Yeah, hopefully.
And this baby, the transmission, lasts 100 miles.
Yep. Wait, did you say 100? No, I meant 100 million
minutes.
thousand.
100 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, and a compliment from SV Harkin. You guys are a great field stream team. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
That's
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, I know this looks scintillating, but plowing through, or in my case, inching through non-fossiliferous rock is really not that exciting. So it's fun to have something to talk about while we do it.
Definitely.
It's the cleaning the bones. So do a little bit of some field prep is pretty fun. At least we're finding them.
When you're working on a bone or when you discover a bone, it gets very exciting. But to me, it's sort of like fishing. Like you go through like long periods of time where there's not a lot happening, and when something does happen, it's super exciting. But there's a lot of kind of downtime in the intermediate time. Danny's like, it's all fun.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's certain parts that are more fun than others.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm not a fan of mapping like we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, I don't like that
That's
yeah.
yeah.
You got to
Pretty
do it.
goofy.
Yeah. Let me adjust the camera a little bit too and put it a little bit more toward the jacket.
My big brush.
Yeah. And what location is this? We're in the great state of Wyoming, Tom the
This
gamer.
Sure.
Or that's down by your.
No, it's good. Oh, this one. Yeah. Okay.
So nowadays Wyoming is a high altitude kind of Great Plains Rocky Mountain state. But 73 million years ago when this dinosaur was alive, this was beachfront property. This is right on the shore of an ancient inland sea called the Western Interior Seaway. And
I
picture
would-
like...
Yeah, I would be about 6 inches off the pond bottom
There
right
you
now.
go. Picture like present day Louisiana, Mississippi Delta, kind of that sort of environment. Floodplains and rivers and streams and bogs. Some forests here and there, that kind of thing. Is that the same area, the same sea where Colorado is today? Yeah, there you go, Iceman, yeah. The Western Interior Seaway.
Yep.
If you just do a Google image search for that, you'll find it.
And it existed for a lot of the Cretaceous period, the third and final period of the age of dinosaurs.
Yep.
So it existed for tens of millions of years.
And during that time, it wasn't static. It expanded and contracted and receded and,
Transgressed.
yeah.
Yep.
And how much do you think this particular bone weighs? The bone itself is not very heavy.
I would say, yeah, maybe 100 pounds tops. Probably more like 50.
For the actual bone?
I think so. The jacket more. But
Yeah, wait, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm picturing like hefting a Triceratops parietal in the... Yeah, maybe like 50. No, probably less than that, I would think. Yeah. It depends on how thick it is. We don't quite know how thick it is yet, so it's hard to really estimate. I'm thinking of Triceratops, where they're usually really thin if the animal is mature.
The one back in the lab wasn't that heavy. I mean, of course,
Yeah.
it was in 4 pieces, but
Yeah.
it's kind of like this.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It might be more like 25. Yeah.
And Soganbar says, do you ever take photos? Oh, yeah. Photos and quarry maps and 3D scans of the site, too.
Your profile pics.
Tinder profile pics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's any eligible ladies, we've got a very eligible bachelor here.
Very.
He'll fall asleep in the movie theater on you.
Help me.
Resuscitate him, please. Yeah.
It is really remarkable how much a little bit of exposure to the air does to this stuff.
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, we'll come back tomorrow morning too, and like this is gonna be so much easier to
totally.
dig.
Yep.
Yeah, this stuff here is just super hard.
Yeah.
It's not, yeah, I mean, as dinosaur bearing sediment goes, it's not bad even down there, but it's a pain to get through because we're working close to a bone, so we don't want to use like really heavy stuff. You know what I mean? We definitely don't want to use power tools. Even a pickaxe would be probably pretty dangerous to the potential for more fossils nearby. And even the vibrations could rattle this one up pretty good. So we definitely want to avoid unnecessary vibrations. Was that a humph of agreement?
I was just like looking at chat, sorry.
Okay, yeah, no, I wasn't sure.
I wasn't paying close attention, I'm sorry, Matt.
No, it's okay. I wasn't saying anything profound.
That's so mad.
It's a very non-committal.
Yeah, whatever, Matt. Yeah, that's why I asked.
No, what were you saying?
I was just saying I was just trying to tell the audience we want to avoid unnecessary vibrations. We could go faster with pickaxes and such, but but we're working next to a very important bone, so we want to make sure that we get it out, in as safe as possible.
Exactly.
That fill piece that you're at right now, that we had like 3 to 4 separate disarticulated fill elements. We talk about 5 to 6 days to trench around it.
Oh, really?
It took forever.
Wow.
I mean, mainly it was just me doing it because Colin was over here and Quinn was over here. So I was just kind of working my way around. That took forever.
So Nick, you've been at this site since the beginning, basically, right?
Yeah. Yep.
That's what, 17 days now?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going crazy.
So what am I, like the new Colin kind of or something?
So.
Like an older...
I mean, no one could ever replace Colin,
No.
so I'm not sure, Matt.
He's a good guy. Was Colin on the stream sometime?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a few times.
Yeah, I guess everybody was probably, right?
Yeah, I bet your chat's sick of me right
I've been to every site so far that we've got here. All 4.
Cool.
Yeah, although this has been the lion's share of the streams. But Turtle Hill, Dell site, Lexington. Yeah. I will hit some of those other sites with some streams. I was hoping to stream at Turtle Hill yesterday, but we had some vehicle issues, and that set us back by about 3 hours, and so it just wasn't feasible to stream yesterday. Yeah. Paleontologist VA says, let Matt know I emailed and asked if November is an okay time to come up for October and bring some shark teeth.
Yeah, I got that, and I have very little connectivity here, so I'll answer when I get a chance.
Yeah. And let's see.
Matt, would you go shark fishing?
Would I go?
Yeah, like go fishing for...
I don't know if I'd want to catch a shark because I wouldn't eat it. I think if I went deep sea fishing, I'd go for tuna or mahi or something that I eat,
What about
ocean sunfish?
Mola mola? No thanks.
Mola.
Yeah. No thanks, man. They look like a giant head.
They're so weird and cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I found a big dead one on a. Well, I didn't actually find it, but
saw it.
so I was able to pick it up and take pictures with it.
Oh,
It wasn't
no way.
big. It was like
a juvenile.
it was
of
about the size of like a really big dinner plate.
Okay. Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, and on the beach in Monterey.
Cool.
Yeah.
Dude, this thing feels like a loose
Yeah,
tooth.
it really does.
Can't get it out though.
Just tie it to a doorknob.
Yeah, and slam it as hard as you can.
Sorry, I interrupted you, Nick. You had another question about sailfish or something?
Yeah, I said, would you do sailfish? With your Mahi?
Yeah. I mean, I think. I don't know. Like, yes, it is a dream of mine to catch. So people don't know this probably, but I love to fish. But I mostly just fish like, inshore. Not inshore, like freshwater. Like bass and pike and stuff like that. I do have this like fantasy of catching a tarpon or a something like that, but I don't know. It's pretty expensive, so I probably wouldn't be able to do it very much, and I also think like fighting a big fish like that for like a really long time, because it does take quite a long time to get them in. I think I'd rather fish for something that I was gonna eat. You know what I mean? Like something that. Because the fish just get so...
It's really stressful for that animal,
it's gotta be, yeah. So it's like if I'm doing it to feed myself, then I would feel a little better, I think, about it,
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe. I don't know.
Rolo Tomosi says, when you are finished with a dig, do you fill the hole back in or leave it open to explore later? So one of the conditions of our permit here is that we have to fill it back in, at least to the extent that this area will look kind of as natural as possible. So I know we're digging a great big hole right here, and that might seem pretty, intrusive or obtrusive, whatever adjective you want to use.
whatever trusive you want.
We're actually going to take all the rocks we threw over the hill and just bring it back up.
Yeah, we're going to piece them back individually.
Yeah, that's what the glue's for.
No. Yeah. No, within reason, we try and
hill.
fill in the hole to make it look natural, We're not here to leave big scars on the landscape.
Right.
That's not what we're trying to do. We do what we have to in order to get this dinosaur out of the ground, but, we tried to be as unobnoxious as possible about it,
It's a good word.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a good question.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Thank you.
And is this the bone? Asked Creature 8136.
This whole white thing.
So the bone is underneath this protective cocoon of plaster and burlap here. And so what we're doing is we're trenching around it, and then we'll flip it over, and this should hold it in place, keep it from crumbling. And then we'll be able to clear the rock away from the other side, and then put this on the bottom, so we'll have it fully enclosed in this protective cocoon. We call this a field jacket.
Hey, look, I found my earring. Oh, yeah?
Nice.
Mine fell off in the tent this morning. So, yeah.
I think I lost mine around the campfire last night.
We didn't do a stream yesterday, but if we had, you guys would have seen all of us in temporary earrings. So,
Ethan's girlfriend came out and
camp bonding. I guess protocol or something.
Yep. All big macho men that we are, we love little stick-on pieces.
I love having a little kind of plastic heart on my ear.
That's actually healthy masculinity.
I was gonna say, I'll own that. Yeah, I thought it was cool.
Don't need to show off or anything. Bullstock says, "What is this?" Excellent question.
Well, where do we begin? Yeah, right, like life, or yeah.
See, about 4.5 billion years ago, all this dust started to accumulate, and we're digging up a dinosaur here. Is what we're doing.
Where do you love the
I
primordial soup?
love primordial soup.
You would
guys.
eat primordial soup.
Campbell's.
I would not.
Yeah, because you've tasted it in a beer form.
Yeah.
Found a big piece of fossil wood. That's cool. It's just in my way right now. This is a dinosaur dig, and this is part of the head shield of a horned dinosaur called a ceratopsian. So think like a triceratops, that kind of dinosaur, but it's not exactly the same thing. It might be a new species that nobody's found before.
Yep. That's the hope. Yeah, if you've got any other questions, don't hesitate to ask. We've got 751 people watching right now.
Nice.
Yeah. And do we know what dinosaur this is? It's probably new, Tazio. Yeah. Very good chance of being a new horned dinosaur. We can't say for certain that it is right now because it's still in the ground. But based on the age of the rocks here, it does seem like it's most likely going to be a totally new... well, not totally new. It's not like it's a new family or anything.
Right, but yeah, I mean, I would say
New
it's
species.
likely to be at minimum a new species. It might be a new genus, yeah. And we have, so far, we're obviously going to keep digging and hope we find more, but so far we have parts of the frill of the animal, and these, in horned dinosaurs, the frill takes a different shape in every species, basically.
Yeah.
So if you're only going to have one piece of a horned dinosaur, this is the piece you want to have. But, ideally, deeper into the rock, we might find the face. So maybe we'll find some horns or or the snout or, whatever.
So we had another question. Are fossils ever smaller than the bones that formed them?
Yeah. Not that I've ever heard of.
I mean, bones do break, and so you get
Yeah.
ancient breaks where you'll only have half of the original bone, and then it becomes a fossil. What about? Are there any bones that are partly cartilage, where the cartilage would deteriorate? Claws are a good example, actually.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The keratin
yeah,
sheath.
So
Yeah.
right, so claws. For those that have cats, when your cat scratches at the scratching post, every now and then they'll lose they'll shed the keratin sheath. So keratin is the stuff your nails are made of, your fingernails and toenails. And we know from soft tissue, from occasional, once in a while we get preservation of that keratin sheath in non-avian dinosaurs, and it shows that the claw is much larger in life than it was, oftentimes when we find the claws of a dinosaur, we're really only finding the bony part inside the claw, not finding the keratin sheath. And we know when we have found the keratin sheath, it shows that the claws are at least a third longer usually than we think. So, with this dinosaur here, right here is an epiparietal spike that's sticking up towards you guys. We only have the bone, but it was probably covered in keratin in life. So again, the same stuff your fingernails are made of, which would have made it bigger when the animal was alive. So it's an excellent question, actually.
Yeah, nicely done, Rahab. Yeah.
And yeah, there are, of course, dinosaurs would have had a cartilage and other soft tissues that don't usually fossilize. We know in particular that the giant dinosaurs, the long-necked dinosaurs, the sauropod dinosaurs, so think like a brontosaurus, they have, the ends of their bones are really kind of lumpy and rugose and corrugated, and that usually corresponds, in modern animals, that usually corresponds to a thick layer of cartilage on the ends of those bones. So those were probably... there were probably very significant cartilage pads in between the limb bones of long-necked dinosaurs.
I know the intervertebral discs, too.
Yeah.
Estimating how thick those are has a big impact on how long the animal would be, too.
Mm-hmm. So
So I've heard lots of... not lots of discussion, but I've heard people dispute, how long they should be. Yeah. Speaking of the keratin sheaths, too, I was streaming that a couple weeks ago at the Utah Geological Survey when we looked at the Utahraptor megablock. I showed you that one big ungule that had the keratin sheath. It's slipping off of the claw.
Oh, that's cool.
It's so neat.
Nice.
Yeah. I'd
I
never seen that before.
I didn't know there was keratin preservation.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
There's potential for feathers in there.
Oh, no way.
There might be a bacterial mat as well.
Okay, wow.
It's exquisite preservation. Enough that we can expect to maybe find soft tissue, which is really rare in North America for whatever reason.
It is rare. Yep.
Did they know the depositional environment of that block?
Yeah, it seems to be what they call a dewatering feature. So essentially quicksand.
Okay.
Oh wow.
The first ever reported or plausible, I guess, instance of dinosaurs being preserved in quicksand, which is really neat. It took them a long time to come to that conclusion too. Lots and lots of study of the what exactly is going on with the microstrata in there. Quadrifolia says, how are muscles and other soft tissues added and modeled when you reconstruct the whole dinosaur from the skeleton?
Well, so muscles often leave scars on bones. And so there's quite a lot of speculation involved, but we know from their anatomy and from sort of evolutionary studies that dinosaurs are kind of sandwiched on the evolutionary tree between crocs and birds. And so hypothetically, if there's a muscle that attaches, let's say a muscle that attaches at the, the back of the humerus, the back of the upper arm bone in a croc and a bird, and you find a scar there in a dinosaur, there's a good chance that that scar is for the same muscle that's in the croc and the bird. So that's kind of how it's done. The process is called extant phylogenetic bracketing. Say that say that 5 times fast. But it's basically the principle is we're using the closest living relatives of dinosaurs to try to guesstimate these features in dinosaurs that aren't usually preserved.
I love that you brought that up because I talk about that all the time in the office streams.
Nice.
And like to the point where people get tired of that, I'm sure. So there you go, chat. Not like I'm making this stuff up. Yeah.
I love how you refer to the chat in like the collective. Like,
oh yeah.
Like its name is chat.
That's very much a Twitch thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I like it.
Chat, is this real? Chat, is this real?
And Paleo Jim says, dino death pits in western China are also dewatering features. I didn't know that, Jim.
So this is probably the stuff that, Jim, you can correct me wrong if I'm wrong in the chat, but this is probably the stuff that yields things like Guanlong and Limusaurus. And so this is the Wusaiwan Formation in the Upper Jurassic of western China.
Nice.
Yeah.
What's the one that was, I think his name is Sleeping Dragon?
Meilong.
That's Meilong.
That's from Liaoning, from
it is from
ancient lake bed, probably.
That is actually from there may be some Meilong from the lake beds,
yeah.
But there's the bed that the original Meilong comes from, at least I know there's at least 2.
Is it volcanic?
It is volcanic. It's from the Lujatun beds.
That would explain
so it's an
the
asphalt.
sleeping thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It literally died in its sleep, it seems to. And,
wow.
And probably covered by volcanic ash. Dinosaur Pompeii. 2. Somebody said something in the chat. Who is this guy? He doesn't know shit. Sorry, I shouldn't say that word.
Cancel. You're done for the stream.
Sorry, everybody.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Hopefully there's no kids watching.
And I got a question from my dad in the chat. Thank you, Lenina, for reposting. Dad, sorry I missed you. Yeah. And also Ray Apollo. How are you doing? And say, we are many, we are Chathu. Yeah, that's Chat's full name right there. Thank you, Ray. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you.
I am Matthew. Yeah, so nice to meet you, Chathu.
But my dad asks, has there ever been a find at a past dig that really threw you for a loop, like finding a species that you never would have thought you could or should have been in that region?
I mean, I would say like not personally, maybe, but like every year there are dinosaurs discovered that. Yeah. I mean, I've thought about dinosaurs since I was 4 years old, and I told you guys a few minutes ago I'm 48, so that's 44 years of thinking about dinosaurs pretty continuously. Maybe not entirely continuously, obviously, but I think about
more or less.
I think about beer, football, and fishing too. But and hopefully my family and things like this. But every single year, there are dinosaurs discovered that I never saw coming. I mean, maybe other people might have, but definitely things that I never saw coming. So the example I'd like to use this is...
Jacapil?
Oh, that's a good one. That's an excellent one. Yeah, I was actually going to use the example, but I'll go back to that. The example I was going to use is in 2015, within a week of each other, there was this weirdo dinosaur from the Jurassic of Chile predictably Chilesaurus.
Yeah.
It looks like a really pretty kind of boring garden variety dinosaur, but when you look at it in detail, that thing looks like it fell out of the sky. It's just the
so
weirdest
bizarre.
freaking thing.
Yeah.
And then a week later or a week before, I can't remember.
Was it Limisaurus?
No, comes this gliding, flying squirrel-like predatory dinosaur called Yichi.
yeah.
And neither of those animals, any of us, I would venture to say any of us would have ever guessed were out there.
Incredibly bizarre creatures, especially Ichi.
Yep.
It's freakishly weird.
And Chilesaurus, in my opinion, is a lot of ways even weirder in in the details. It's like so weird. But so the point being that like these are new species of dinosaurs, new genera of dinosaurs. These are like brand new lineages that nobody saw coming.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so to your point of Jacopil, or Jacopil, I've never heard it pronounced. So I
think it's a hard J. I was saying it with like an H sound.
Okay.
And then I was corrected.
Okay. So this is a weird little armored plant-eating dinosaur from Argentina that has a jaw that looks like a horned dinosaur jaw, which is really weird.
Susie Maidmont, I think, suspects that it may be a ceratopsian.
She totally has said that to me as well. Yeah,
even though she was a reviewer on the paper, she's we don't know.
Yep, she has told me the same exact thing. And so this thing was discovered, I don't know, or published at least a year or two ago, and nobody saw that coming.
Yeah.
These weirdo little ankylosaurs from South America, these armored dinosaurs. The most famous one is called Stegosaurus.
Yeah.
This thing it's like the size of maybe at best like a medium-sized dog, I think. They're pretty little animals. And this thing has it looks like if you took those Christmas cookie versions of a Christmas tree, like that, the cutout cookie, cookie cutter version. If you look down on the tail, that's what the end of the tail looks like. It looks like it has like a Christmas tree on its tail. None of these things were things that really anybody expected were out there. And so that to me is the most exciting thing about dinosaur paleontology is that, again, tip of the iceberg. And so for anybody that's interested in becoming a paleontologist, long after we're gone, there's going to be really exciting discoveries to be made.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, maybe getting a little bit more kind of like granular with like what's a dinosaur that I wasn't expecting to see in a particular area. In 2012, I was on a crew with Denver Fowler, and he found what turned out to be a Leptoceratops bone bed out in eastern Montana. I can't talk too much about it right now, but it's an extremely rare dinosaur in the Hell Creek. Like the whole Hell Creek project, they were out there for like over 10 years. They had field crews out there just picking up everything that they could find, and they didn't find a single Leptoceratops element.
Oh, I didn't know
Not a single claw, not a single bone, not a single tooth. And then we just started finding this stuff kicking out everywhere. And I'll tell you about it later, Matt. I forgot to tell you last night.
Yeah,
but there's a secret to it.
Okay.
It's
awesome.
It's cool stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I would say too, this is actually really cool. The sort of predictive power of paleontology, and in particular what we call biogeography, the study of dinosaur, or the study of the distribution of organisms, and then when we add the word paleo to make paleobiogeography, the distribution of animals in time and space, or organisms in time and space. So for a long time, people have believed that Eastern Asia and Western North America, aka Laramidia, you may have heard Danny talk about that term before, were connected at periods during the end of the Age of Dinosaurs, the Late Cretaceous period, or actually the Cretaceous period in general. And so one of the great mysteries was, why do we only find horned dinosaurs like this one here in North America? And, why wouldn't they be in East Asia if these places were connected for a long, for stretches of time during the Cretaceous, the third and final period of the Age of Dinosaurs? And sure enough, in, I want to say 2010, comes this animal Sinoceratops, the first legitimate Asian, Sino means Chinese, so the first legitimate horned dinosaur from Asia. And there were things that earlier, that are not quite this animal, not quite horned dinosaurs, but close.
Tyrannoceratops.
Exactly.
Udenoceratops
is Leptoceratops. Yeah, exactly. But this thing, Sinoceratops, was the first true horned dinosaur, first ceratopsid from Asia. And it was found as recently as 2010. And the super interesting thing is a lot of the Asian dinosaur deposits are thought to be arid to semi-arid environments. This thing is found in an environment that we think was similar to a lot of Western North American environments, sort of a, floodplain, like well-watered, like warm, humid environment. And so in a way, it's maybe not the continents that are driving this, it's the environments on those continents. And I think that's a feature of dinosaur biogeography that's not really taken into account. Actually, Jim Kirkland is in the chat, I think, or at least was. Jim found the reverse example of this. So there was, for many years, we wondered why there were no therizinosaurs in North America.
Yeah.
These crazy like Edward Scissorhands turkeys, which is
Good way to put
something
it,
like
yeah.
what they are. Those that don't know this group, if you saw the most recent Jurassic World, the Therizinosaurus is the one with the kind of really long claws on its hands that kills the Dragonotosaurus at the end. But Jim was the lead author on a paper, I think it's Kirkland and Wolff 2001, maybe?
Northernicus.
That described Northernicus McKinleyi, North America's first therizinosaur.
Yeah.
And sure enough, more have been found since then. So we predicted, because these things are common in Asia during the Cretaceous, we predicted they would be in North America, but nobody found them until Jim and Doug Wolff had described that animal. So yeah, cool. Like sometimes it works in reverse. We find the expected, but that for whatever reason we hadn't found before.
That's like kind of one of the key ideas in science, is that like you come up with hypotheses, you make predictions, and then you go out and test them. And I don't know. Sometimes some people say that paleontology is, it's not an experimental science. It's a historical science. And that distinction really doesn't make much sense to me at all. Because we do actually run experiments in the sense that we make predictions and we go out and test them. And sometimes we do that testing through, field work. So, it might not be pouring colorful liquids between different beakers in a laboratory.
Speak for yourself.
But these are the kinds of experiments that we're doing, Jeff.
Yeah, and we're also, one thing that's really important to remember is, right now we're living in a time of pretty massive environmental change, and we can't run this experiment, and we won't know the outcome of the experiment until it's over and until it's too late to change. In case we, in the event that is that it's as terrible as we think it's going to be. So the only way to kind of evaluate, other than climate modeling, the only way to evaluate what happens when, say, climates change is to look into the deep past and watch what nature did.
Yep.
And one of the best ways to do that is paleontology.
Yep. I think even beyond that, there is, I don't know, sometimes you hear people say like, well, paleontology is really cool. Even paleontologists say that, but it'll never cure cancer or anything like that. And I mean, in a certain sense, I think they might be wrong. When you consider that, like, there are all these different people that go into different knowledge fields, people who become doctors and engineers, scientists and everybody else. So many people, their first experience, like learning how to fall in love with learning, is through dinosaurs.
And so this is funny because Danny keeps saying, I'm glad you said that, Matt, because you're, because I say that too. This is my turn to say that to Danny, because this is something that we used to say in grad school all the time is, and this maybe sounds a little bit like we're full of ourselves or something, but hopefully not. We used to say, we're not curing cancer, but we just might inspire the person who does. You know what I mean?
You actually said, that's so cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad this is not like just me saying this. I'm glad someone else has
and hopefully that doesn't sound too pompous, but it is absolutely true that dinosaurs are often people's first introduction to science.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or at least one of them.
That's a project that I want to do. I don't know what order it's going to be in after the Spinosaur thing when I get that published finally. But I really want to do team up with some authors who are really into surveying and just come up with like a representative sample of workers in different knowledge fields and actually ask them how many people first fell in love with learning because of dinosaurs.
That's a cool thing to do, and there definitely are, I know people that would be interested in that question. In fact,
we should talk about that then.
Maybe are already even thinking along the same lines. So I was once interviewed. I felt bad because the colleague who I'll keep anonymous for the time being, or for just because I don't have their consent to say anything, but I was once interviewed by a learning researcher for 2 hours. I felt really bad for her because you guys now know how fast I talk, and she had to transcribe the whole thing. But I was an example in her mind, at least, of what they call in learning research early activation. Apparently, like a kid who always loved dinosaurs and grew up to be that. And it would be really cool to see how many scientists were, activated by paleontology.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah. You can tell them just the very preliminary stages of even thinking about this.
But
that's a great
like
term.
I said, I know lots of people that would be, I think, quite interested.
Awesome.
In that.
And I've been thinking a lot about how do we get more funding to paleontology? How do we convince people that make those financial decisions that this sort of thing is worth paying for in the first place.
Well, and then it doesn't cost that much to do.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
mean, shoot, we're out here. Our total budget for the summer, I hope this is okay to say, it's about $20K.
Yep.
To be out here for an entire month, the vehicle rentals, the equipment, all of the food, everything, all of our expenses combined is going to come in, looks like about under $20K.
And the crew is an average of probably 15 to 20 people the whole time.
Yeah,
I mean,
we've got
so
a
this is
lot of people
big
out
crew.
here. It is, yeah. Much bigger than most of the crews I've ever been on.
Yeah, likewise. Yep.
Yeah. So it's kind of nuts that we can do this kind of work and dig up brand new dinosaurs, new genera and new species for such little money. Like, this is peanuts compared to, other sciences. I was talking with Belent at Science Streams, and he's like, yeah, running a single analysis, like just sequencing one new organism or something like that, or maybe even less. It's something really small and granular. It's like $50,000.
Wow.
Just to run like a single test sometimes. For that, we could be digging here in the Almond Formation for, like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, or in Patagonia for that would be probably 5 field seasons in Patagonia.
Really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's.
You were saying the plane ticket's like the most expensive thing.
By far.
Yeah.
By far, 100%. Vehicle rental is up there too, but but sometimes in some cases we have our own vehicles. So
Nice. What do you have out there? Vehicle-wise?
Vehicle-wise,
Like Land Cruisers? Or?
I personally like. It's similar to Trent's truck. It's
Like a 4Runner,
it'd be
yeah.
like oh no, sorry. It's somebody else has a Tacoma. I think it's Nick Oliver.
Yeah.
They're
Those are great.
it's not called the Tacoma there. It's called the Hilux.
Ethan's calling
but
me.
it's a similar truck.
Hey, Ethan. No worries. We're still digging, so we can wrap up pretty soon. Take your time. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. Do you mind if we keep the stream going while you do that? Or we can turn it off right before you get here. All right, cool. All right, we'll see you soon. All right, bye. Cool. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. No, just that, so my favorite field vehicle in Patagonia is a Toyota Hilux 4x4. They're a 4x4 diesel truck.
And it's a diesel?
Yeah, they're diesel. Yeah,
Wow.
so they are not very expensive to fuel, and they are very, very capable. I had a Ford Ranger last time, and that was really good too.
I used to drive those for work.
Yeah,
when I worked at the auto parts
My
store.
first car was a Ford Ranger. Actually.
Really?
Yeah.
What year?
88, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
so back when they were,
Yeah. It's not the they.
I had them, I drove them when they switched to they were practically disposable.
Okay, yeah.
Like the cheapest thing you can buy for a fleet.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
There
Yeah.
were we had 9 of them, and the same things would go wrong at the same
Every time.
mileage
yeah.
marks.
So they had the same.
Sounds very familiar.
The gear shift would break, so you wouldn't know what gear you're in. And then the keys would do a thing where, at a certain number of miles, they just start falling out of the ignition when you're driving.
Nice.
And so you got to make sure that
Wow.
you don't
Yeah, no. Luckily,
Don't leave-
none of that happened.
No, you're good.
Let me just
Nick,
stab
what is
it.
your car? Your car's a
2004 black Chevy Trailblazer.
and it's great.
It's lovely. It has a cassette
Bulletproof.
player. I love my cassette
Oh,
player.
nice.
But yeah, no, it's a hunk of junk.
How many transmissions have you had in it?
Right now, 3.
Oh,
It just broke on me yesterday, apparently.
Yeah.
It even broke with him not driving
I
it.
know.
Yeah.
So it's not me as a driver. I'm a pretty good driver. I actually lowered my insurance because I'm a good of a driver. I
Oh, do you
Nice.
have
Stay forward.
Do you have that thing that tracks what you do when you're
Yeah.
driving? I never wanted to use that.
No,
'Cause
but
I
it
would
helps.
get destroyed by the insurance company. Well, because I drive really fast because you can in the place that I'm on the way to work.
Just because I just want to beat the traffic.
If I had that, it would be like, what are you doing when I'm out in the field?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Why is the car at a
why
60-degree angle?
Drive-bys is really confused. Yeah.
It helps
Like,
with the first.
Why do you keep blipping off the map?
I think it just helps with the first 5 years or something as being a new driver.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think
Yeah.
I think it's kind of over now. But I don't know why I still have it.
And Jim says, I think Gorgosaurus is restricted to Alberta. Not sure what that was in reference to, but I will remember that, Jim. Yeah. And yeah, the Hylix is definitely universally beloved.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Anything about trailblazers? Any
Yeah.
advice?
We use in Australia we use Hylix too, and I think you have some Australian viewers. I'm trying to think
Oh,
what
yeah.
time it would be for them right now.
Morning time.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if there's anybody from Australia on right now, we love them in Australia too.
We time travelers? I'm
What's-
technically a time traveler. I traveled back in time, 2 hours.
Oh, and
you're
time
talking
zones,
about
yeah.
time zones?
Yeah.
So Australia is
that's
probably from Wyoming. It's probably 17 hours ahead, something
Huh.
like that.
Wow.
16, 17, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, have I or anyone in my group ever found a Gorgosaurus libratus?
Yep, I have.
At the corner
I mean,
store
I was
back
gonna
in
say
Pittsburgh.
in the toy chest. Yeah. No, I
At the
have.
gift shop.
I have not. And I personally, I work a lot in the southern hemisphere continents, and Gorgosaurus is, as Jim said, only known from Canada, and then maybe
Yeah.
in particular Alberta. I've actually never done fieldwork in Alberta, and maybe actually never in Canada at all. So yeah, so I haven't.
I wouldn't be shocked actually if we got them in northern Montana though.
Yeah,
Just south of the border,
yeah,
like.
I don't think they really cared about the border crossing.
No.
or anything. Yeah.
But in the sense that like up near in the Judith strata that we were working, Denver did a lot of strat there, and he thinks that that's roughly equivalent to like the Dinosaur Park formation.
Okay.
So it's
Yeah,
a little
that
bit
makes sense. Yep.
older, I think.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know there's some Gorgosaurus, Albertosaurus-like stuff from Montana.
Yeah, I've definitely found teeth that look
okay.
like Gorgosaurus teeth.
but I
Just loose on the surface.
I honestly can't tell. I can't tell Albertosaurus and Gorgosaurus apart, so I would be the
that's really
forward
tricky.
choice.
I think they're stratigraphically separated.
Yes,
aren't they?
Horseshoe Canyon is Albertosaurus
Yeah.
and Dinosaur Park is Gorgosaurus.
Right.
Because they both have the brow ridges, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were synonymized for a while.
They were, yeah. When I was a kid, Gorgosaurus was a thing. Then it wasn't a thing, and now it's a thing.
Yep. Creature 8136 says, "What's the coolest dinosaur yins have found?"
Nice.
Maybe you should answer that.
Yeah, we got a Pittsburgher maybe. The coolest one I have found is this guy. I don't even know what the name is.
Yeah, we
but
don't have a name for it yet.
Tiktaalik
Nastiensis.
From the nasty.
We need to find the Latin name for almond and then.
Yeah.
Almond
I actually,
ceratops.
honestly, I've thought about that.
Yeah.
That's
Do they have almonds in the Middle East or in the Mediterranean region? Would there be a Greek or Latin word for almond?
I have no idea.
I guess you could just look at
Sounds like it-
whatever Linnaeus named
Right.
almond tree.
Yeah.
Just use that.
Yeah, I guess answer the question.
Yeah.
This guy's the coolest. Varietal's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I mean, I've found other, like, at the fish scale,
Yeah.
300 million years and 435 million year old trilobites, but nothing on this dinosaur level.
Coolest dinosaur I've ever personally found, like myself, would probably have to be that ceratopsian from the Judith, which might be Dinosaur Park formation equivalent. That was back in 2012, and we thought it was new back then, and we were going to publish on it. I'm not sure what the current status of it is. Hopefully we're still going to do that. But that was with Denver and Liz Fowler, and they've got so many other things going on that, stuff gets sidetracked or put into the backlog. Oh yeah, but that's the coolest thing I've ever found, probably. One of my first times ever out prospecting in the Judith.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, like, which ones have I found? One of the dinosaurs that I've named I've helped either named or helped to name a bunch of dinosaurs, but like, I'm trying to think. I'm not that great at finding them, I'll confess. I found one of my kind of triumphs, I guess, was I found a site in Egypt in the Bahariya Oasis that turned out to be a bone bed that yielded literally thousands of fossils of fossil fishes, some dinosaur bones, turtle, snake, all kinds of things. Like so, a sort of like kind of like Turtle Hill across the way here. It's like that type of assemblage. So
It's kind of a nice sample platter of all the critters in that
I'm
ecosystem.
trying to think if I've ever like found any like dinosaur skeletons. I've worked on a ton of them, but I think I'm not usually the one that finds them. I'm not that great at that, apparently.
Prospecting's not quite your bag always.
I mean, I like it. I love it, but I think I'm just not that. Yeah. I
also,
might not be
like
that
you're
great at
not you're not the sort of person who's going to take credit for that anyway. So even if you did find something, you're probably not going to remember it that way. It'll be like, my
I'm trying to
team
think,
found
like,
this.
Yeah.
you know?
Well, I mean, that's the
That's
way
the impression I get of you so far.
Well, that's
you
the
know?
way I would think. I think that a lot of the team that I've worked with, I mean, a lot of the people would think of it like that.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. It's a collective effort, you know?
Yeah.
Not my dinosaur, our dinosaur, you know?
Gulagosaurus, Gulagosaurus.
Yeah.
Gulag.
Vice the Fallen says, why are fossils of the whole dinosaur not always found together? Oh boy.
It's hardly ever found together.
Yeah. It's really rare to find a complete dinosaur. There's a lot of stuff that can happen to a dinosaur in between when it's...
Well, ask
When it-
how often you
Look,
find
you guys,
a complete.
this little lizard was right on my bag.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Nice. Is that a racer?
I don't know. He's pretty fat.
He is. He's awful fat for a racer. I'm not sure who that is.
Can I get him? I wouldn't catch him, but you can take a picture of him.
oh, he's gonna go up.
Yeah, he's got a nice stripe on him. That might be a racer, but he's chunky.
He's heading towards the camera, actually.
Huh. I can't take a picture because my phone's on my wrist.
Nick,
but-
do you have your...
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, he's got. I took a picture of a different one.
See
But
you
he has
later,
a nice
little
picture.
lizard. It's a good size, actually, for a lizard, I hear.
Anyways, to help answer that question, how often do you see a fully dead skeleton of a deer or a bear?
Good point.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Yep.
Yeah, it's you get scavengers that spread it apart.
Mhm.
Even things in water ecosystems, they kind of get picked apart. So
Definitely.
fossilization is very rare and it's a delicate process, but it has to happen with rapid burial.
Yep.
So whatever happened to this guy, swept in the river, deposited here, or Oxbow Lake, something like that. He's had a rapid burial process, and throughout over time, you got disarticulated and pieces moved everywhere, and who knows what scavengers might have picked exposed parts.
Compounding that, too, the way that we find these things in the first place is we usually find bits that are eroding out on the surface, and so usually part of the dinosaur has already been obliterated by the time we actually find it. So that, lessens the number of bones that we find, too.
And smaller dinosaurs are easier to find
Yeah.
full scale.
And to bury in the first place.
Right.
To bury an entire titanosaur full grown. Think how much sediment you need to get that thing buried in the first place.
Right. Yeah. Like, imagine how to bury a whale quickly.
Yeah. You're more likely to be able to bury a small whale.
That's true. I should have specified the whale.
No, but it's like, that goes with, so most of the complete dinosaur skeletons that we have are from small dinosaurs.
Yeah, and oftentimes from lake beds, like the famous feathered dinosaur beds in northeastern China.
Yeah. Yeah, and even like all the complete sauropods we have are all small, right? Like that Camarasaurus that you've got there. That's the Carnegie, right?
Yeah, it is, yep.
And that's almost entirely complete, as I recall.
Yeah, it's about 99% complete.
Yeah. Just missing a few of the tailbones or something?
3 caudal vertebrae and the ribs from the left side and the left ilium.
Wow.
And that's it. Yep.
So that's
Or
essentially
three
like,
caudal centra.
that's complete,
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. That's awesome.
How many specimens on the Carnegie are complete, or at least have their fossils on display?
How many specimens are
Yeah.
on display?
Yeah, kind of like have their
Like
Like a mounted skeleton?
yeah,
Like, and which ones are original?
I guess something like that. 'Cause I
Okay.
know most of them.
I think we have. I want to say we have 15 mounted dinosaurs and 11 are at least partly real. And that includes things like the holotype of Tyrannosaurus rex, so the name-bearing fossil of T-Rex, the name-bearing fossil of Diplodocus carnegii, which is that's 2 skeletons primarily. The holotype is the way more complete. but that's probably, the holotype's about 2/3 complete, and I think when you add in the second specimen, it's about 80 to 90% complete.
Isn't there like a smattering of Camarasaurus in there too?
There was.
There was?
Not
Okay,
anymore.
nice,
Not anymore.
nice.
Yeah. Yeah, but yes.
But that's still in the Dippy cast in London, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. Although, no.
Did they switch that out?
No, I think that was only used in the Pittsburgh version, and
Oh.
I can't remember what the humeri on the casts are, but I think it's only the Pittsburgh version has the Camarasaurus elements.
Oh, okay.
I do know that the Triceratops, the head is from Carnegie's and the body's from the Smithsonian.
Yes.
In London?
Here.
No, ours.
The Smithsonian.
Oh,
And then
gotcha.
Smithsonian's
Yeah.
Triceratops has the head of Carnegie's.
Interesting.
Triceratops.
The Hatcher specimen,
I
right?
actually didn't think.
Oh, that's what I get my information from Dan.
Oh,
so,
I think Dan's wrong.
Well, sorry.
But Dan is right in that our Triceratops skull is real and it's really nice. But the body is a scaled. How did this go? No, the body's a 3D print of the Smithsonian's mounted skeleton, which
Gotcha.
happen to be about the same size.
Yeah.
So.
Do you know that the Hatcher specimen in the Smithsonian, for like decades and decades, the hind limbs on it were from a hadrosaur?
No, I didn't know that. Wow.
Oh, wow.
It just had 3 toes on the back for like
that's
decades. Yeah.
Sorry for spreading around misinformation.
It's the internet. That's our duty. You know?
I mean, only 700 people just heard you
Yeah,
say
only
that.
700 people just witnessed me dunk.
774.
Please forgive me, chat.
Almost 800.
I gotta guess.
Yeah.
I guess I gotta do a YouTube apology.
I'm gonna start
video.
calling them by their full name of Chat View.
Yeah. Does Matt have any plans to ever go on a Canadian dig?
I have nothing against that idea. In fact, I would love it, but I don't have a ton of time. Like, even for this field season, I can only be out here for about 2.5 weeks. And my primary interest is dinosaurs from the southern hemisphere continents. So, I mean, if I get the opportunity, I would love to, but really my expertise, I guess, my knowledge is mostly with dinosaurs from like places like Patagonia and Australia. So that's and Africa as well, and the little we know about Antarctica too. So that's really where my greatest priority is, and I have to be, just because I have way too many projects as it is. Like, I have to try to be a little bit disciplined about where I go and when I go and things like that. So I have collaborators on many continents waiting for me to finish my parts of certain papers. So
International man of science here.
yeah, international loser, because I'm constantly not finishing things.
So self-deprecating, man.
That's okay. I mean, I have Fisher to tell me I'm overly sweaty, or you guys to make fun of my knee pads. Or,
Who's you guys?
That
Hold on.
was me. I'm
Hold
sorry.
on.
Yeah.
I have yet to
Tony Hawk Pro Excavator.
Yeah, bro. Let's turn on some home videos and go get Chanel West Coast. Go watch it with me.
Yeah.
We can see you shred up and down this quarry.
That's what I'm doing.
Take a couple
as
kicks.
soon as the camera's off, I'm gonna.
You're gonna shred your way down the hill.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, Jim says the vernal molds of Dippy include Camarasaur parts too.
Oh, well, maybe I'm
Yeah.
wrong. I could be wrong. I don't think so.
Huh.
And maybe he might be thinking of the hands.
Yeah?
Yeah, so in the Pittsburgh Mount, formerly there was a Camarasaurus humerus, and I want to say radius and ulna, but we took those out when we did the remount in 2005, 2006, 2007.
Uh-huh.
So he could be right in that. I don't think that I think that the in the Pittsburgh Mount only were those 3 bones, but he's probably right in that there's probably Camarasaurus bones in the hands of the cast.
Huh. Well, what do you think of that book, An American Dinosaur Abroad?
Oh, by Ilya Newland. I've actually never read it in
I've
full.
got it in camp. I haven't started it yet.
I've
Yeah.
never read it in full. I know Ilya. He's a really, really careful science historian.
Nice.
I actually I helped him a little bit as he was writing that by helping him get access to our archives and stuff.
Nice.
I just, to be honest, I haven't had I really don't read full-length books very much
Yeah.
anymore. It's really pretty pathetic, but I mostly
That's
read...
the same for me.
Yeah, I mostly
do
read...
most of my reading in the field, honestly.
Yeah, well, that's a good place to do it.
Yeah.
And I read mostly scientific papers these days, so I haven't read the whole thing. What is that?
It's just got this ad. You can buy nano-Tyrannus teeth. Wow.
It's like an Instagram ad?
Yeah, something
Jeez.
like that. I'll get that for
Thomas Carr?
Yeah, for a little gift.
Why would they even do that? You would think you could get more money for a T-Rex tooth.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, because
Somebody's like trying to make a point there.
This one's controversy.
Huh.
Yeah, no, weird.
Yeah.
Definitely bootleg. It's just a mosasaur tooth. Just nothing, not even close. It's a Camarasaurus tooth.
Once in a while, you do see things on like eBay that are pretty dramatically mislabeled, and,
Oh, yeah.
and therefore, you know, more interesting than they're led on to be. Let's see, where's my awl?
Went to a gem and mineral shop in Red Lodge. They were selling allegedly theropod dinosaur teeth, carnivorous dinosaur teeth, and they were the most obvious Jurassic sauropod teeth.
Really?
They're blade-like, you know, like the long blade-like teeth, like you see in Brachiosaurus or Camarasaurus, or
Yeah.
even in the Diplodocus.
Huh.
Label has T-Rex teeth. Like, okay.
Well, I mean, not that this is an excuse, but a lot of people think like every dinosaur's a T-Rex.
Yeah.
Might as well just replace the word dinosaur with dinosaurs.
I've actually encountered people that think like things like woolly mammoths and saber-toothed cats and stuff like that are dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's
Oh,
very
yeah.
common.
Yeah.
Dimetrodon and
Yeah.
mosasaurs and
Plesiosaur.
the most common is definitely the pterosaurs.
Yeah.
and
Flying
that's
dinosaurs.
very forgivable because they're extremely close evolutionarily to dinosaurs
Pterosaurs,
proper.
yeah. Yeah, didn't Bacher and Galton propose that maybe pterosaurs should be included within
I think they
class
did.
Dinosauria?
I think they did, and
Yeah.
I think that they
That would be pretty bad.
they were very close to correct in the sense that
all
it's now
ornithodyrans.
it's now thought that they're, I mean, it's long been known that they're related to each other within Ornithodyra, but the quote unquote kind of pterosaur, the pterosaur precursor.
Scleromopus?
There could be that.
Scleromoclus?
It could be that.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what that's thought to be these days. But there was a pretty recent paper, a couple years old, that argues that these things called lagarpedids, which are non-dinosaurian dinosauromorphs, if you want to say that one 5 times fast too, that they're the ancestors of pterosaurs, which would mean that pterosaurs are basically only a couple rungs on the evolutionary tree, or a couple limbs on the evolutionary tree, away from being dinosaurs proper.
Yeah.
So
I think there was a paper that came out like a year or two ago saying that Scleromoclus probably is a lagarpedid.
okay, that was ringing a bell for me too.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
That's why I
From
hedged a
Scotland,
little
I think?
there. Yeah. I'm actually really sad about how poorly up on the literature I am these days too. Like I'm usually I'm familiar with the literature on whatever dinosaur group I'm working on at the moment, but I miss like massive discoveries left and right if it's not.
That is definitely one of the perks of doing, streams 5 days a week. Is I have to be on top of that. 'Cause that's,
I guess you just tune into Danny's stream.
That's what I get
know,
paid
I
for.
should actually. I should just listen to you.
Listen to me yammer on for 4 hours every day.
Matt, what would be your Twitch username?
My Twitch username? What's Danny's?
It's Paleontologizing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the name of the channel.
I mean, all of my social media is really unimaginative. Like my Instagram is Matt Lamana. Yeah. Subtle hint: follow Matt Lamana on Instagram.
I forgot to ask you to plug stuff the last stream,
it's-
so we'll have to do that today.
Yeah, Matt, like MATT, LAMANNA. So 1 M, 2 N's.
Nice.
You'll join my illustrious cohort of 1,100 followers.
Nice.
I mean, I want it to be. I think I'm kind of embarrassed by that number. It's not very high.
I never post anything on Instagram,
yeah.
so
I
it's
do-
like,
I don't-
probably barely have more than that.
Warning is that I don't post very much.
I got a nice 50
Very
all
nice.
friends.
Nice.
So
Tight-knit group. It's an exclusive
tight-knit group,
club.
Exclusive club.
Yeah.
Maybe when I make it big. I don't know.
I mean, you can advertise yourself now. If you
I don't know.
want.
That feels so crummy to me.
No, what's your Instagram?
It is official_Nicholas_Beto. B-E-T-O.
Okay,
So
okay.
That was my Spanish name in high school, and it was great.
Nice.
Actually,
Beto, yeah.
it was so
Claro
bad.
que sí.
It was so bad that people forgot my real name and just called me Beto. Or just type in Nicholas, N-I-C-H-O-L-A-S, Hornacek, H-O-R-N-I-C-A-K. Pop that follow.
Yeah.
Hit that like
I
button.
was gonna say
Ring that bell.
hammer that subscribe button.
Yeah.
Mangle some merch.
If you love seeing cats, and if you love just seeing my journey through paleontology, I guess just don't be creepy.
Nice. Yeah. You heard it here, Chad.
Yeah,
Don't be creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I
guys
think
seem
they're up
pretty
to the
cool,
challenge.
So.
Yeah. Behave yourself, Chatty.
Yeah. And Latentite says, fun hypothetical. If you found a human skeleton in the same rock as a dinosaur, how would you convince the rest of us it wasn't a hoax? I mean, I wouldn't be convinced it wasn't a hoax.
Oh, me neither. I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, shoot.
I think we would call the authorities.
I mean, we'd have to. Yeah. Call the county coroner.
I will keep these people anonymous as well, but I had some colleagues that did find a human skeleton in the field one time.
Really?
In the Hell Creek in South Dakota.
Holy cow! Wow.
Maybe North Dakota. But that's exactly what they did. They called the authorities, and it turned out to be an indigenous person from a long time ago, not a murder victim.
Oh,
Gotcha. Yeah.
Was it just it wasn't a burial site, was it? Or was
I don't know. I don't think it was like an intentional burial.
It was like just on the surface.
I think they found the skull first, actually.
Wow.
And what was exposed was just the skull roof, so they weren't sure what it was for a long time.
Yeah.
And it wasn't in, like, just to be fair, it wasn't in, like, the Hell Creek rocks. You know,
it's just on
yeah.
surface in the overburden, we'd say.
Right.
That's how we refer to archaeology here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The soil in their way.
But yeah, so humans are mammals, and during the time that this critter was alive, 73 million years ago, mammals were generally pretty small, shrew-like little critters.
Yeah, the biggest would be about the size of a cat, maybe, something like that.
Yeah. So mammals don't really get big and don't diversify into the crazy assortments of shapes and sizes that we see today until after these guys go extinct, 66 million years ago. So there most certainly were not any humans or even anything remotely human-like at the time. The closest would have been like something like Purgatorius, like a little.
That's a cool name.
That's actually, I think, thought to be earliest Paleocene. I think
It is. Yeah. It is.
Oh, I see.
But
Okay,
so the idea is that like it's already pretty derived looking at that point, so they probably existed elsewhere on Earth during the Cretaceous.
Yeah, probably.
They're probably like Asian immigrants to North America.
Yeah. I should correct myself too. There are now a couple of mammals, actually 2 or 3 from the Late Cretaceous that would probably be a little bigger than a cat. So from the early Cretaceous, there's Rapenamammus giganteus, which is probably kind of small dog size. Maybe. And then there's a new thing that was just described from Patagonia, and I can't remember the name, but it's not based on very many fossils, but it seems to be an unusually large mammal from the Late Cretaceous of Argentina.
Interesting.
Yeah. It was in scientific reports, I want to say like 3-4 months ago, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
I missed that somehow.
Yep.
Hey, Big E. How's it going? Yeah, we're live right now.
Hey, people.
Yeah.
Man, it's windy down there.
It's not
I opened my truck door and it just like immediately just.
Yeah.
And a little cold too.
Guarded pretty good from here.
Yeah, the temperature
gone
really
every
dropped
way.
in the shade.
There you go.
Yeah.
Ethan's ass in my face. I gotta get out of here.
Oh no, the A word.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
This is good.
Cancel me.
Thanks.
Yeah. I already got canceled. It's okay.
I'll join you.
Undefeated here.
Sweet.
No swears.
You got something in your hair, by the way.
I got some what?
Hair.
I got something in my hair?
Oh no, out here?
Is
That's
it a
crazy.
centipede?
Yeah, exactly.
How dare you?
I mean, you haven't washed it for like 2 weeks. I mean, no wonder.
Exactly. 17 days? 18 days, yeah. Oh, and we've got some people saying hello to Ethan.
Hello,
People were missing you today, so yeah.
Missed you too.
none of them miss me, so congrats. Oh, you do.
Well, you've been
yeah,
here.
you look like you've been on the wind a lot.
Yeah. This is mostly dirt in here. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, around your eyes too. You have goggle marks.
Big time.
Tomorrow in the 60s, Jim says. It's gonna get cold. Wow.
Nice.
I heard it's supposed to go down to 1 degree Celsius tonight. At least from
Really?
from
It's supposed to
Fisher.
get cold. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Are you guys opposed to throwing another layer on this before we go?
No, not at all.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
We don't need food. What are we?
Did we just
No.
bring up water? Yeah, we got water.
Yeah, we got water, we got burlap, we got
let's-
plaster, we got grit.
There's a few strips of burlap in one of the containers. And then that one too.
The gypsonus?
Big one. No, just pre-cut burlap.
Oh, beautiful. Nice.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll probably need to cut more.
Yeah. Yeah, we got more. And we got scissors, so. Yeah.
Yeah, the longer I spend at that other hydro store, the more I'm like, there's just no way this is coming out.
Yeah.
Because most of that crew is leaving in a few days.
Oh, really?
So it's just like, let's just jacket everything and bury it.
All the San Diego boys are.
They're leaving us. They're leaving us for what? Beautiful beaches,
Yeah.
Surfing.
surfing,
Yeah.
Excellent Mexican food.
lovers.
Beautiful girls of California.
It's true.
I mean, I feel like there's a song about that.
There's no songs about California. What?
Okay.
California girls? No,
Yeah.
definitely not.
Yeah. And nothing by the Red Hot Chili Peppers about California. either.
Nothing.
No.
Yeah, nothing. They
Famously,
don't- they
they're from
definitely-
Nebraska.
They hate
They
that
don't
place.
have
Yeah.
17 songs about California.
Exactly. Yeah. Nebraska-cation.
Dream of Nebraska. Firstborn unicorn.
I
Eats
know.
nothing but corn.
That's what it sounds like to me too. Is firstborn unicorn.
No, that's the actual.
That's really what he says.
That's the line. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. If you read into it, it makes less sense. It just
Okay.
it just
yeah,
doesn't
just
make
don't
sense.
do it. Yeah. Mandy used to say, you know that one that's like, "With the birds I'll share this lonely."
It's a controversial lyric. No one knows
Yeah,
what he's
yeah.
saying.
Well, so Mandy says, Mandy it sounds like the Burgess Shale is a lump of spew.
The Burgess Shale is a lump of spew.
I will never unhear that now.
Yep.
Yeah.
The actual lyric is,
Paleozoic hate.
"With the birds I'll share."
I know
Birds.
this
Yeah, which is
this
very,
lonely view.
very strange.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, with the birds I'll share this lonely view.
With the birds I'll share it's a lonely. Love it. We just love them.
And Jandra, California Dreamin' is actually the Mamas and the Papas.
That's a different song.
Yeah.
Oh
not,
yeah, no,
not
I
Beach
was
Boys.
actually thinking of California
Oh.
Girls.
No, yeah, sorry,
was the one
I
was
should've-
thinking of.
I
Yeah,
came
that
in
out
too
loud
late
first.
for that. I'm out of my element here.
No, you're
Sorry.
good. You're
That's
good.
okay. No, we're just there are songs about California. Yes, we acknowledge. Yeah.
Many a song.
Yeah.
This is the problem. Is like I try to make jokes playing dumb about stuff, and
People take it serious.
oh yeah.
Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world, dude.
Yeah. Jim says the Creation Museum has a badly reconstructed Utah raptor dig.
Nice.
How did they get that badly done?
Everybody go to that museum and give them your money.
I mean, honestly,
need
it's across the river from the Cincinnati Museum Center where
Yeah.
people will be able to go see this.
Oh, it's that close, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
Shoot,
it's not that close.
Well, it's
yeah.
close. Yeah, I
think
keep
it-
forgetting how
it
close together
might
things are in
be
the
in
Eastern US.
Covington. I can't remember. It's in Kentucky. It might be in Covington actually, which is across the river. I can't remember for sure. I mean, as much as I go there, you would think I would know, but
Great Sag wants to know, what did they find? What is the plaster on? Ethan, take it away.
I have no idea.
no, you have to do it as like, oh hey,
Oh, I didn't see you there.
I didn't see that.
Here's one I prepared earlier.
Yeah, we actually buried this for stream and forgot what it was. This is the back of the head of a big horned dinosaur, like a relative of Triceratops.
Yeah.
They're called ceratopsids. Triceratops, and then a bunch of other species that look sort of they're the same like general flavor, but they're 5 or 6 million years older than Triceratops. So it's probably a new species. It might be the ancestor of Triceratops. Actually, probably not.
Really cool.
But
Well, probably
So-
different lineage.
so this big depression right here, a lot of horned dinosaurs have holes in their big neck shields, their frills, and this is the hole in that dinosaur.
You can see it through the jacket. People are probably wondering, like, what is the white stuff?
Yeah, so this is all plaster covering the bone to protect it, and then back here are these big spikes and hooks, these triangular spikes that form the ornaments on the back of the neck shield, back of the frill.
So if you want to see what this looks like without the jacket on,
Google Pentaceratops.
there you go. Yeah. Or you could look at the video from our last stream here. This is all uncovered, and I showed it a bunch.
Or you could wait like 5 years.
Wait 5 or 6 or 7 years.
Exactly. Yeah. And tune in again. We'll be here.
Yowza.
Yeah,
It was
it's
like-
getting cold.
It's a cold wind.
Patagonia.
Patagonia.
It is. This is Patagonia-esque. The temperature of the wind is similar.
Didn't you have to wear ski goggles?
All the time.
Yeah.
All right. It's looking pretty good. Wouldn't hurt to get another layer on this puppy
Yeah.
before we hit the road and eat some leftover spaghetti
Nice.
or something worse.
You had me at leftover spaghetti.
Nice.
Dry spaghetti,
Oh,
uncooked.
like I have to admit, I like to eat that. Yeah.
I used to
have
like that when I was a
strong- I have
kid,
really
yeah.
strong teeth.
Did your grandma grow up during the Depression and you got like some epigenetic memory of that? Of like how to
Yes.
make do with what you got?
Definitely. Yeah, we didn't have water to cook it in.
There's a lot.
It was like the most depressing part of the Depression.
Are
Tough
those
times.
Yeah, exactly. Still hard
Nuts
nuts.
there. Beautiful. Nice. Yeah, one was trying to fly away. Let's grab it.
I have like 8, 9 requests.
Oh, really? Yeah. See, they're pretty great.
Plug in my.
Hey, like,
No, that's the mic's over there.
they can still hear
Yeah,
you. It's a good mic.
just don't do it.
I'm so sorry. No, it's okay. It's field work, it happens.
Field work.
Alright, yeah, so we got the plats there.
All right, this is not going to be enough burlap, so we'll have to do a few more. We might even want some much wider ones than that,
Alright,
because they're going to be kind of underskirts. So, Ethan, what are you thinking? Like maybe 10 inches wide?
Yeah, maybe like this. Yeah, this wide, maybe about that long.
Oh,
That's
so
short,
So
okay.
short and wide. Okay. So
Okay.
It's the great burlap controversy of 2024.
Well, you know what? I mean, they all work.
Alright,
I'll just trust your judgment.
On the
it.
ground.
I'm sure they'll work.
Yeah.
Get on the
Whatever we
ground
pick will work.
I'm at fault for
like
the
flat-
thin
Did you see what
burlap
Ethan
before.
meant
That
when
was my
he
idea.
gave you the size?
That's one that I'm like, huh? You really have to explain that
like
to me.
here.
Well, I don't know. It's
So
just
about-
the way you did it.
Yeah,
13 inches wide and about
Generational.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
maybe they almost look square how you're doing it, Ethan. So like 12 inches by 12 inches?
Like that long,
Yeah.
There's
and
a
then maybe
few-
like that wide.
Did you guys see these?
Okay, got longer.
Yeah,
So it's,
Okay.
it's like a rectangle, but
So like 18 inches long and about a foot
we
wide.
don't need to overthink it. Just like
Yeah.
strips would be nice. Yeah.
And we'll do probably
wanna
9 of those?
Sure. Beautiful.
You want a square?
No. So about 18 inches wide, about 12 inches long. Or vice versa. That's a cool
Shapes.
tool roll there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Do you know Kelly Trujillo?
I've heard her name many times.
She
She
does
does
Morrison
a
Queen.
yeah.
She's the Morrison age queen.
Nice.
She had that sounded bad, but
The age of the Morrison, not
We're not
Kelly.
going to dwell on
not
that.
Kelly.
Age
But,
queen.
yeah, no, she one of her friends made this for
alright?
me.
Beautiful.
Morrison
Thank
dating
you.
Queen?
Yes.
That also sounds bad. I mean, I
How
don't
many?
know.
Here, let's put this over here as a reference.
Okay.
And let's do like 9 of them.
9?
Yeah.
9.
Thanks for being so down to eat late and leave late.
We don't care. We're good.
Sweet. Appreciate
Having a
that.
good time, man. Like,
Good.
Oh, and Chat's excited to hear the squish.
Oh no, I'm gonna go.
oh my god.
Squish, squish.
And Jim is asking you a question, Ethan.
Yeah.
He says, is the almond between the Lewis and Bear Paw shales?
It's between
Lewis and Erickson.
Lewis and Erickson sandstone.
Yeah.
Lewis shale above, Erickson sandstone below.
Yeah.
So Bear Paw overlies the Erickson? Or has he got something in between there too, like Mesa Verde? Or?
In this anticline, it goes Baxter shale.
Mhm.
I believe Baxter, Blair, Rock Springs Formation,
Mhm.
Erickson sandstone,
Uh-huh.
Almond Formation, Lewis shale,
Gotcha.
Lance, and then Fox Hills.
Oh, okay.
Or yeah,
Yeah.
Fox Hills is like Paleocene, right?
No. Fox, that's Fort
That's,
Union you're thinking of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Fox Hills underlies the Hell Creek.
Fox
Okay.
Hills is
Yeah.
like
I think we have some Fox Hills.
Isn't Fox
Yeah.
Hills like kind of quasi-lateral to some of the Maastrichtian
Yeah.
continental stuff?
Yeah, it's weird,
Like
like,
it's
it's-
the marine kind of equivalent, isn't
It's not marine, it's terrestrial, but it's like really sparse for some reason. We hardly find anything in it.
Isn't it like though really like close to the coastline?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think there's like, I don't know if there are any dinosaurs that are known from the Fox Hills, or at least there weren't back when I was working there in like 2012.
I think there are, but they're really uncommon. Yeah.
I always remember the name because we would we'd always play that long day Jimi Hendrix song when we'd be driving through it.
Foxy Lady.
Fox Hills. Yeah. Yeah.
I moved a little more dirt out of the way, Danny. Or I trimmed the skirt a bit. So
nice,
maybe
yeah. It looks good.
Want to do a little brushing over there for me, just so
You
it's
bet,
a little less
yeah.
dusty.
For sure.
So we get
sticking to it.
good stickage.
Fox Hills.
Fox Hills.
I'm glad we're actually going to get some skirting on this before we did it. Go back to camp.
Yeah.
I was going to be nervous about it, just
for
I got 8.
overnight.
I got 8 of these for you. It's just
Delicious.
nice and
Beautiful.
one
Thank
more,
you.
One more would be.
good. You want to do one more? Make it odd and have it just weird.
We want it. Well, the dinosaurs can't count, so I think it wouldn't mind.
That's very presumptuous.
I mean, modern dinosaurs can actually count very well.
Oh, that's
Was it like New Caledonian Crow chat, I think, where they can count up to like 16 or something like that?
crows are cool. They eat 13 step
Yeah, they're like, they can
Wait, how
solve
many
puzzles
puzzles?
that like an 8-year-old child could
About
solve.
13 steps.
Wow.
Like grabbing a stick, moving it, and
Yeah.
then another stick, and then using that to grab a ball. And
Jim says,
Where's
"Go
the big-
Ethan, none of that wimpy picking."
I'm not sure what that means.
I don't know either, but I'll
what?
take that as encouragement.
Thanks, Jim.
What is Ethan doing that's not wimpy picking?
Oh, maybe you guys were wimpy picking earlier
guess,
and I'm
yeah.
brushing instead? I don't know.
Well, you're brushing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah. No thanks, Jim.
Oh, and my mom is in chat. Hello, Paleo Mom.
Hey, Mom.
How are you doing? Good to see you. You'll
Hi,
be
Danny's
pleased to know
mom.
I'm still alive. Yeah.
Hi, Danny's mom. My name's Matt.
out here.
I have actually been eating really well. Like,
Veggie burgers every night.
yeah. In a good way, you know?
Yeah.
The fancy ones, Impossible Burgers.
Alright.
Think it's time for a little jacket. Let's do it.
that's a good looking trench.
Indeed.
Good
Yeah.
looking undercut.
I would be honored to fight in this trench.
With my
You knife
brothers.
me with these scissors?
You what? What's that?
I said knife me with these scissors. So,
Yeah.
Sir Burlap.
Sir burlaps a lot.
Yay to still being alive, my mom says. Thanks, Mom.
That's good. It's a good mom you got
That's the
there.
nicest thing anybody said to me all day.
That's like when I
She really loves you.
when I stabbed my foot with an iron stake when I was a kid.
Oh,
And my
no.
foot was like bleeding all over the place. The first thing that my mom said to me when I limped into the house was, "Don't get any blood on the carpet."
Yep.
Wow. You're from upstate
Yeah.
New York?
Yep.
Nice. Sounds about right. For that story.
When I used to injure myself, my mom and my grandmother would say, "It'll get it'll get better before you get married." So
Don't worry, it'll heal up. She won't know.
Chicks dig scars.
not mine. Mine just breaks down in odd places. And I have to wait throughout the night.
Oh, we got a hype train going. Beautiful. Thank you, chat. Appreciate the support.
All because of Ethan. Can we get W's for Ethan?
All right. Let's get mixing.
Look at that. This is a good size.
Those are so good. And they're like
Should I get promoted?
sure.
Okay.
You're now
Sir Burlap.
Assistant.
Sergeant Lap.
Sergeant Lap.
Where's our water?
I graduated from the Burlap School.
Water.
Maybe we'll go. Where's our blue? Did we take that down?
I took the empty one down.
Okay, cool.
Which was blue and tall and skinny.
Excellent.
Ontogeny. All I need is always burn. It doesn't matter how much sunscreen I put on.
All right, what am I doing wrong here?
Yikes.
Side? There we go.
Weird. I wonder what's wrong with it. Kind of the other way around.
Performance anxiety.
I did a jacket of the other side with my watch on.
Silly goose.
Watch on, watch off.
Wax on.
Wax on, wax off.
Show me. Watch on.
Another inch. Sweet. I think that's probably good, right?
All right, yeah.
You ready?
Thanks, Nick.
Oh, dude.
All right.
He's ready. Let's get some
Plaster.
You can start dumping. Okay. Dumping.
All right,
Let's
Chet.
go, just to make sure we don't miss any spots, let's kind of go like in a circle around it
Yeah.
with each strip.
Spartan, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Really appreciate that.
Smart.
Yeah.
Okay, ready?
I'm gonna set this here, and then put
You're
my
gonna put that
watch
whole bag on.
in my
Yeah.
pocket. Look at this fancy watch I have now. Beautiful.
Oh. Well, that's
You want me to hold up the back end? Yeah, you got it. Nice.
just let me know.
We'll want it extra thick because it's going to be kind of clinging to the underside there.
You're scratching the kink so it's closed.
Ooh. I didn't do that.
It's okay.
Alright, can you hold the back one back?
Sure.
Okay.
I didn't do that. Yeah, it's just, I don't know what happened. It was crazy.
No.
Alright, that's good.
Dude, what a mystery.
That's probably maybe a little teeny bit more.
Yeah, thicker. It's gonna, since it's cold out, it's gonna take longer to set. And also, we're gonna be doing some undercoating, so we want it nice and
All
thick.
right, one more speaks blue. Oh, that's good.
Good there?
Just a splash. I just made a sound. Wow, this is
Sludge.
yeah.
You want a little bit more water?
Let's get more plaster just to make it crazy.
Well, let me get you some more water.
Yeah, thank you. Whoa!
Whoa, dude.
Not that much. Whoa!
Extreme plastering.
I wonder what this looks like from behind.
I don't know what's going
That
on.
should be good.
Yeah. We're mixing some plaster, chat.
I promise.
Just did not close your
Don't
eyes.
worry, Danny's mom.
My mom would be more worried.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Yeah.
You hear that?
You hear that, chat?
I guess they don't hear it. I can't hear them talking.
They're awful quiet right
I
now.
can't hear you. Yeah, like, pop them up if you're at a concert.
A bit, yeah, says Lenina. Not clearly, yeah. Sorry it's windy, and you'll hear plenty of plaster squelching through the rest of the
let's
summer.
get going, baby.
Which ones do you want? You want the longer ones or the square ones?
I would like some burlap. Of any kind.
Any kind. Okay, cool.
Give me what you got.
All right.
Sweet. I'll start applying them. I'll start applying myself for once in my life.
All right.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Thank you.
The burlap lad.
Burlad.
Burlap.
All right. Thanks, Matt. You don't take your wedding ring off before you
Oh,
Never.
jacket?
yeah.
He
No,
never takes it off.
It's been through worse.
No fossilization do us apart.
It's kind of behaving like it's thin, which is weird because it's very thin.
There's the yelps. There you go.
Thank you.
I would like to jump in, but
What a
there's
sweet
too many
relief
cooks
this
in the
is.
kitchen.
Oh yeah.
So get this covered up.
I'll just
Yeah, to get that
be the burlap.
get it lowered, trenched. Trenched.
nice.
All the burlap we use.
This is Chat purchased burlap.
Thanks, chat.
Well.
Well.
All right,
Thank you.
all right.
This parietal dedicated to chat. Chatophonius. Chatoceratops.
That name is so drama.
It's drama.
Teratophonius.
Yeah, wasn't it like a?
It's like
Something
monstrous murder or something like that. Yeah.
It's just like whoa, bro.
Like extreme.
Wow.
Extreme Tony.
Dinosaurs. Monstrous bird.
Ceratophonius would definitely be a skateboarder.
All right, this one kind of became unrolled. but-
Unhinged.
Yeah.
Still got more goop in there.
Yeah. We've got enough for maybe one more strip after this.
Oh, wow.
Or two.
Well, yeah, 2 more would be great.
If we
Excellent.
can get to. Yeah.
Are you gonna need extra goopage?
I always like the goop
I always like a little
phase.
extra.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'll take one between these two, even though we won't knock it all the way around it today.
Sure.
But I have a little gap here I might want to take care of.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Sorry, it's all bundled up.
All good.
Bunchy.
Bungee.
There's some good squelchage.
Oh, for sure. They deserve it.
That's what give the people what they want.
Have you ever gotten plaster on your mic or on an old mic?
No. Luckily, no.
Nice. But that'd be horrible.
There's time yet.
All right. Do we want another strip, or do you want tons of goop?
I think if you can pull off another strip, I think it'd be cool. But
Do you think you could cut one of those in half? Because we've got about enough for a half strip. Would that be helpful?
sure.
Yeah. Cool. I got that. Thanks, Nick.
I don't know how deep you wanted to go here because it's not really undercut.
All good. I mean, I'm making a jacket with Matt Lamana right now.
And I'm making a jacket with Ethan Calvin.
14-year-old me will be freaking out.
Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt, Matt Lamana?
You know, and the
The
funny
very
thing
one.
is, you're better at it than Matt Lamont. It's been quite a long time.
Rusty.
I am a little rusty, to be honest.
I just feel blessed that I get to do people
Yeah.
Oh,
so
You guys-
sweet.
you guys are
He's
all
like
so cute.
my paleo father.
yeah, that sucked. Yeah,
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
Not even a thank you.
Nice.
Never meet your
You're
hero.
Never meet your hero. You're. Thank you, Nick.
All right. I've got a half strip here.
All right. You want that, Matt?
Yeah, I can use it over here.
You want to just a tad bit of water to get the goop stuff like all kind of.
Now, the water won't really mix with it at this point.
Okay. Oh yes, that's
Yeah, it's already starting to kick.
Let's see. Should we just go over the top?
It's like a strange
this
kind of
part
weird
It's.
reaction.
All right. I've got goop if you've got goop needs.
I love goop. That's my favorite part.
All right.
Like goop mat.
Goop. Give me some goop.
Gabba goop.
Been looking at this spot on the top the entire
Yeah.
time, waiting to goop it.
Desperate for goop.
Yep.
I'm sorry, just to be like a backseat person.
No.
It's all
Yes,
attached.
just
Please.
looking.
Yeah, please. Where I fucked up.
Oops.
Where I gooped up.
He said goop.
up,
Where
yeah.
he gooped up.
Where I
You just
gooped up.
gooped
Just
up.
let me know.
The bleep should be
talking
the
about-
sound of goop.
You know, Fukuisaurus and other dinosaurs
Yeah,
from.
exactly.
Fukui
Yeah,
minus?
nobody heard it.
Wait, no, that's a Jurassic Park. Fukui source, Fukui raptor, yeah, all that good stuff.
All right. Up here, you can grab.
Feels good, guys.
It's looking real good.
Teamwork.
Arm and off.
Can you goop me up real quick?
Nice.
Oops,
Oh, sorry. All right. More goopage here.
Sir,
Get
we
that
need
off.
more goop. We're all out of goop, man.
One is Paltrow eat your heart out.
Yep, I know. She thinks she's got goop. But
Shut others than
she
come.
thinks she has goop.
I'll goop when it.
Boy. Oh boy. This is a good looking jacket. Is Fisher over at Turtle Hill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a beast.
He said he wants to sleep there overnight.
You're probably.
He's a machine.
I think we're good on Google now. It's starting to harden up a lot.
Okay. To get this.
Here's the bucket if you want to.
We'll have another layer tomorrow
Do
for
the-
sure. Thanks.
Finger wiggles over it.
Did you say he literally said he wanted to sleep there?
No.
We told him he had to.
He's just, we get there this tomorrow morning, he's just in his backpack. His entire body's in his backpack.
It's gonna get down to like freezing tonight, isn't it?
Yes.
So glad I got that warm sleeping bag. Thank you, chat, by the way.
Chat.
Keeping me warm at night
Let's go chat.
in a platonic way.
Just 2 buddies.
Yeah.
Or 500 buddies. Or 1,400 buddies?
Currently has like 700 something.
Yeah.
Sweet. That's a lot of platonic friends.
Oh yeah.
And you got a lot of buddies.
You know me.
Alright, awesome. Good job, guys. That's
Right.
good.
And it's
Should we close it
right
up?
on time.
Oh wow, it's go o'clock. 10 o'clock.
No way.
Sorry, Winning Ring.
Spaghetti o'clock.
We
All
should
right.
call Fisher.
I'll go get. I haven't been able to call him. If you guys,
He says he gets signal there,
yeah.
but we should send a gopher over to.
I'll just go. I'll go grab him. If you guys
Okay.
want to close up.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
I want to see what he's got. I heard he's got some goodies.
Okay.
Bye, chat. I love you.
They say they love you too.
All right. Don't forget your watch. Whoever's watching this.
It's
Ethan, you want your watch? Okay.
Oh, and Casey Snowart, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Casey Snowart's getting into paleo art.
cool.
Yeah, she's gonna be illustrating a children's book. It sounds
Oh,
like.
nice.
Pretty neat.
I better see paleo
Yeah.
accuracy in the dinosaurs.
Yeah. And Gania Tradus says, I gotta get me a dinosaur shirt like that.
Oh, me? Yeah.
No, they
Yeah.
meant mine.
I don't know. Yours is really cool.
That could be like a flattened sauropod if you remove the head
Uh-huh.
and the neck.
Yeah.
Or the head and the tail.
The arms come with it. So.
My shirt?
The
Yeah.
Under Armour symbol.
No, like your arms.
Oh, yeah.
It could be your long neck, your long tail,
Uh-huh.
flattened body.
It's starting to sound like Tiktaalik.
That's a Tiktaalik water. Swamp mess.
Man, that wind is cold. I'm surprised.
We're getting it's actually the dead of winter right now. We're gonna get a blizzard.
Yeah, it's like, this isn't the southern hemisphere. What is it doing?
Yeah. Yeah, right now, I mean, I guess if we think it's bad here, we
Look
should-
at that weird looking
it's like-
cloud.
Ooh.
There's some odd
Yeah,
stuff going on
Yeah,
in
have you
terms of
seen that
wind right
movie
now.
Nope? With the alien in the cloud?
What's that?
The movie Nope?
Ooh, he messed me up.
There's an alien in that cloud right now.
Wow. The
See
chat, you can't see this, but the cloud, there's 2 like really
Here, I'll show
long clouds.
It's bizarre.
It looks like a saucer. It's crazy.
Yeah.
No, we're just getting some weird wind starting up. There's a cold front blowing in. It's doing weird stuff with the
Oh,
clouds.
yeah, 100%.
Check out
Yeah, emphasis on cold.
that. Yeah. Big, like, lenticular cloud. I think that's what it's called. Whoa. The wind is turning the camera around.
Cirrus.
Cirrus, thank you.
Cirrus are the, like the little, oh, look over here, Danny. Look at these.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
What's the other one? Columbus?
Yeah, Cirrus, Columbus,
No, cumulus.
Mina, Mita, Santa Maria.
The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. The fearless overseer.
Got him.
And there's your rolling front, says Hugh. Yeah, there you go. And lenticular, I got that right. Beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah. And we had a 50 sub bump. Holy cow. Whoever gifted 50 subscriptions. I appreciate that tremendously. That is phenomenal.
What's a 50 sub bump?
Oh, so people, you can subscribe on Twitch in order to support the channel. That's how I make
nice.
my money.
Oh, nice.
And so you can also gift subscriptions to someone else.
Oh, nice.
So they won't have to watch any ads for a month.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's like a really nice way to support. So that's like a solid chunk of change right there.
Cool.
At $5 a piece, 50, you know? Holy
Yeah,
cow.
$50. That's
Really
a real
appreciate
hero.
that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Holy moly. And I get 70% of that, by the way, with the new rev split. So
Can you hand me that
Thank
little,
you.
little bucket scoop?
Yeah.
Thank you. And the blue here. Appreciate it. Renata. Muchas gracias.
you take something to the dinada.
Renata. Mucho gusto. Nice to meet you. Here, does this go in there too? Yeah.
All right. More boulon.
Nick, wait. That goes. Oh, on the. You want me to put it on the broom? Yeah. Just lay it with this stuff. My shoes falling apart. Shaq, you buy me some new shoes. No, I'm joking. Don't do that.
And Kodali says a lenticular cloud is a good forecast indicator, as tall mountains accentuate incoming high-level moisture well ahead of an approaching front. This interception of high-level moisture forms lenticular clouds. As a result, they are a good warning sign of an approaching weather front and sometimes a big snowstorm.
Thanks.
We're all gonna die.
Cool. Well, it was nice knowing y'all. Can we do this guy again?
If we could fit that in one of the action packers, that would be ideal, but I don't want mice get stuck to it and dying overnight.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You want to just put it in upside down?
We might be SOL there. Can we,
Get a bucket and put it upside down.
have we got a bag we can put it in?
What about the dry bag?
Dry bag. That might get plaster dust all over it and ruin it, though.
We might as well take it down anyways.
Yeah. If you've got a minute, maybe look for a trash bag. Because that would be ideal.
Okay, I'll look.
Yeah. And then I should wrap things up here. In fact, I can just do that from here. I don't even have to hold the camera necessarily. But thank you, everybody. Put weight in tubes, says Paleo Jim. Weight in tubes. I don't know. Not sure I know what you mean, Jim. But whatever it is, hopefully we'll figure it out. Thank you for being here, everybody. Thank you so much for another excellent stream. Really enjoyed hanging out with you today. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. Hope maybe you learned something. Hope you're more inspired to learn more about the natural world and our own place in it, you know? With that being said, let's find somebody to raid real quick. Let's see who else is live at the moment. We're gonna go right into Science Streams, and you're in for a treat, everybody. We're gonna hang out with some more scientists there. Belent is live and looking at, holy cow, that's a fossil. It looks like a troodontid tooth. What is that? Holy cow. Well, we're gonna go say hello to Science Streams, so let's go over there. Raid Science _ Streams. Beautiful. Thank you, everybody, for your financial support. You know, making all this possible. Not just these streams, but some of this fieldwork. Thank you very, very much for that. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your questions and your enthusiasm. Thank you for your kind words and your curiosity. And hopefully, with any luck, I'll see you tomorrow if we survive this storm. Wish us luck. And let's go say hello to Science Streams. I'll see you there.